And we are live, broadcasting all over the world from the Pacific Northwest. It is 11:20 a.m. where I am. How about you? Oh, I have to send the Discord messages. My mistake. Send. Who's missing? And my own server gets last. Welcome in to the Sarah Sark Show. Sarah Sark So. Good morning. Oh, YouTube chat. Hi, Tilting Windmill. Ake. Hey, Siastowski. Wandering through. Thanks for the heart me. Today is going to be... Hey, Succubusy. Today is going to be a really difficult one, I think. I have not really argued prophecies or about Jesus. I've kind of done general Christian stuff, it feels like. Oh, 3 minutes late. I should have said something. Well, thank you, Succubusy. I should have said something that I was going to go pretty soon. I've been putting it off for like the last half hour. This this particular topic is more like academic, I think. Yeah, the prophecies are a total utter failure. This is why I feel pretty confident that I can do it. I feel like I've never seen anyone yet that's shown in anything that's been like, wow, that's anywhere close to... Let me turn down this music. That's anywhere close to convincing. And I think that's a big deal. And then lately I've been seeing some very particular verses that are just like, they just destroy it. Like, you can't get around what it says. I spelled prophet. Where did I put the false prophet? Okay, I see it in the screen. It looks okay. In the TikTok thing, looks okay. Let me look at the YouTube thing. Oh my gosh. Prophet. Where's the picture? Well, that's the same picture, right? So that should be fine. Prophet. You spelled prophet in your... Oh, in the servers. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I will, I did do that. I'll just fix that. Oh my gosh. At least it's not in an image. Because, that's the thing that's gonna take like a lot of work. Thank you. Looks like you already got the one. Thank you. Can I block you, please? Just leave. What's your, like, you could block me. I don't understand. This is a kink. Oh my god, weird. Oh, hey, Ken and Papers. Good to see you. Thanks for the heart me and the go popular. I'm not playing the piano. This is this is from the Sims soundtrack, the original Sims soundtrack. It's the music that would play when you would build stuff. It's called build mode. I was actually looking up the music this morning. It's composed by Jerry Martin, and it says that for the build mode, there was participation with jazz pianist John R. Burr. So I think the person playing it is John R. Burr. Hey Leslie, good to see you. Yeah, when I figured out, because I think I had The Sims on CD, it would have been a CD-ROM at that point. And so when I figured out that you could like listen to that, I think it had the soundtrack on it. There's a few video games that if you just put them in the CD player, you could play it, and the music was in the right place for it to just play the music. It was great. But at any rate, I know I listened to this just constantly. I just used to listen to this over and over while I did other stuff. No guess. Is it hard to read? I think my background might be kind of like difficult. The coloring might be not contrasty enough. I could work on that, or I could change the topic entirely. I guess it's not even been 10 minutes. So, yeah, today's topic is that Jesus is a false prophet. And trying a little different background thing of like this drive-in theater thing. Somebody gave me that idea. I gotta look that up. Who was it that said that? Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry. Your name is whatever the Zionist. You're blocked. I don't know. I don't know what you're gonna do, but you're blocked. Crazy work. Don't disrespect the Lord and Savior. He is real MAGA 2028. Zoe Keating. I'll look that up later, Ken. I'm trying to not what do you say? Play less music that YouTube flags. I don't know how to say it. I think The Sims music technically is, it's copyrighted, so I can't less music. I don't think, and so it doesn't seem to know what it is or whatever. Ice is after me. That's clever. Yeah. Got another big brain in the audience today. Lots of big brains. G-Force, it's good to see you. Chat in the left is covering the topic. The chat on the left is covering the topic. Yes. When I look at there's like a little thing that can let us oh, but you're right. I can go look at the actual screen that I'm seeing on YouTube. Oh yeah, that chat. That's true. I'm not really sure how to fix this. I've been meaning to ask, what do people think of the chat thing on YouTube and Twitch? I can't find a good way to integrate it very well. I could just make it smaller, but the problem is that like it doesn't it I could just crop it more. That would be fine. Maybe I'll just try that. I don't know that you need the whole. It's difficult because the way that it's set up is very it's too large for like a phone screen, and I want to be able to do a vertical stream. Because I think a lot of people use vertical streams. You know. Let's see comments. We need to check out the cropping on the top. Oh, not switch over to Windows. Okay. Get out of the way. Unlock that. Move down. Okay, yeah, this should work okay. Just keep cropping it. I don't know if anyone's in the guest box right now. I'm sorry if you are. I want to make sure that that the stream is good. Okay. This is really taking a long time. Let's just boost this by like 550, 600. Okay, and it's locked. And Twitch is widescreen, so it's whatever. It gets it okay. Okay, great. How is that? You prefer horizontal? I haven't figured out yet how I'm going to do that. I just don't have the idea of how to do it. I think technically, I'll have to look into it. I don't know. There's a setting that lets you set, make it a bit shorter, even shorter. Okay. Well, we don't have any guests yet. Look into it. I don't bit short. Well, we don't have any guests yet, so I'll go back. Hey, Slay. Okay. Comments. So even shorter. Let's go like oops. Am I still on? Yeah. 700 or maybe 8. There. Now it's not covering anything really important. And I never understood why anyone would want to use chat in vertical mode on a phone. It's such a small view overlaid on top of a usually busy background. Glad with YouTube Premium you can get around it. I don't know. It's usually what I end up doing. I'm pretty sure I'm always like, if I go to, I've been trying to go to Joel's and Mezzo's YouTube streams more, because all y'all that I see you from here are there, and it's fun to see you. Because I see my other friends in the Discord chat usually that we're in, and I think it's usually vertical stream for me. I don't know. Like Joel, I think has a separate camera, but it's still vertical. I think. I haven't really tried to figure out if you can get it to be horizontal. Leslie. Hey Lee, good to see you. Thanks for the follow. Trying to go back and see if I missed anyone else. Not just like. Oh, Storm's here too. Hello, Storm. Just lurking. It's a party when Jazzo's live. Yeah. Oh yeah, horizontal would make a lot more sense on a TV. No guess. No one wants to prove that Jesus was a true prophet. I don't know what I got to do to get like out on the FYP. Is it literally the background? Like if I don't do a particular background, TikTok doesn't. Oh, thanks GeForce. Gonna hop on in TikToks. Vertical doesn't offer a dedicated chat space. Chat is overlaid on top of the background. Maybe YouTube has changed that. I don't know. Oh, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, like where the where my chat window, YouTube chat window is laid over it, and so it's noisy. Is probably like the problem, right? Which moral system is better than a Christian one? Like most? The chat is overlaid on top of YouTube chat. It's impossible. Yeah, that's the hadn't thought about this somehow. Initially this whole setup was for me to record TikTok lives. Remove Jesus was a false prophet. But that's the what do you mean by that? Examples, let's see. Any moral system that leads you to say that slavery is always wrong. That's a better one than the Christian moral system. That's really easy. So the one that I utilize, I think. But yeah, initially I did this like I was recording TikTok lives so that I could respond to them, and I was recording the chat so that I could like have that as well to respond to. And then as this sort of morphed, I just kept the chat and tried to keep it aware you can see it. But in a live stream, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. It gets in the way. I think the contrast on the background is just not enough either. The text is like white on white. It's really hard to see. Yeah, this topic is a bust because of that. Pinyo, I'm sorry if you need someone to replace your abhorrent system without being able to figure it out. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, Satanic Simple 7 tenets. So like there is this article. Oh, I'm on the Windows keyboard. Oops. I'm trying to type lightly. Let me put this in, since we're doing like this non sequitur to anything. The typical Christian, right? The only real thing that Christians have is to be able to try to tear down your own worldview, so they can hopefully make you feel bad enough that they can instill their own. Like it has nothing to do with what's right and wrong. It's crazy. A lot of the Christians always struggle without guided instruction on how to be morally good. Yeah. Like there are certain things that I have come to a conclusion on through thinking about it, and you can reason to it. No, it is an honest question, I suppose. It's just I don't know why you would challenge. Maybe it just shows the person's insecurity more. It feels very like I'm not challenging your morals right now, but you're challenging mine. And you have no like real challenge to them except for to say like, what's better than mine? It's not really convincing to me that yours are any good. It just means that you haven't been willing to interrogate or look into anything. Like the question is probably more like, what do you believe? There's probably like they're just saying it wrong or something. I want to change to. So, question about what I think makes sense for morals. It's not a system, so you may not like it. Oh. Okay. The cropping on this is all messed up. Hate this. Crop. Okay, so this article is called "Are You an Anarchist? The Answer Surprise You." And I don't really care if you're, what politically whatever, but like these are good, I think, moral guidelines that I think intersect with like everyday life and how you think about things. And this is kind of one of the contrasts that I see between something like, Jesus saying that you have thought crimes that you should like hate yourself for and repent for, versus like practical things that I can look to from other people, other philosophers, other ideas and thinkers that aren't related to religion or spirituality and that give me good ideas. I've lost all of my viewers, I think, with this. I don't know. It's maybe a little far from the topic. And it's blocking the entire screen. It's really big. I don't know. It's maybe a little far from the topic. And it's blocking the entire screen. It's really big. Who anarchists are and what they're supposed to believe. Chances are almost everything you have heard is nonsense. Many people seem to think that anarchists are proponents of violence, chaos, and destruction, they're against all forms of order and organization, or that they are crazed nihilists who just want to blow everything up. In reality, nothing could be further from the truth. Anarchists are simply people who believe human beings are capable of behaving in a reasonable fashion without having to nothing could be further from the truth. Anarchists are simply people who believe human beings are capable of behaving in a reasonable fashion without having to be ordinary circumstances about as reasonable and decent as they are allowed to be and can organize themselves in their communities without needing to be told how. The second is that power corrupts. Most of all, anarchism is just a matter of having the courage to take the simple principles of common decency that we all live by to follow their logical conclusions. Odd though this may seem, the most important ways you are probably already an anarchist, you just don't realize it. So who cares about the anarchism part? This is particularly about morals and like how you can find them in different writings and ideas. So if I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll read the titles, right? The headlines. If there's a line to get on a crowded bus, do you wait your turn and refrain from elbowing your way past others, even in the absence of police? Like, think about how you act on a bus. Are you like a decent person? Are you a member of a club or a sports team or any other voluntary organization where decisions are not imposed by one leader but made on the basis of general consent? This is actually happening currently. Somebody's been asking me about mod things, and I was just like, just do whatever you think is right. You're a mod. I trust you. I don't have any like real reason not to. We'll talk about things when they come up. We'll figure out together what makes sense. To believe that most politicians are selfish, egotistical swine who don't really care about the public interest, do you think we live in an economic system which is stupid and unfair? So that, not much to do with morals, but I do think that's important. Do you really believe those things that you tell your children or that your parents told you, like, it doesn't matter who started it, two wrongs don't make it right, clean up your own mess, do unto others, which is from the Bible, but this is just kind of like how you can have these general ideas with other moral systems. You don't have an obligation to the Bible to make sure that you're a good person. And then the last one, this is the part that I think loses a lot of Christians. Do you believe that human beings are fundamentally corrupt and evil, or that certain sorts of people, women, people of color, ordinary folk who are not educated, are inferior specimens destined to be ruled by their betters? So that's usually, I think, where conservatives or Christians or any kind of like dogmatic person probably ends up falling off and saying, well, there are some cases that I believe in that. So that dropped all of my viewers on TikTok, and let's see what it did to YouTube. YouTube's doing pretty strong still. Thank you. Yeah, literally all of that is incorrect. Oh, to Pingu. Yeah, let me know if I'm wrong on any of this. These are all just kind of, so I don't know. I feel like they'd be like, telling me that I should elbow people on the bus is going to be hard to convince me of. But when I read this article a long time ago, and my position shifts a little bit. Like but these kinds of articles really shifted it to like this more thoughtful way of thinking about how I come to what I want to do. And this kind of stuff is something I never would have found through Christianity. There's no way I would have found something like this through Christianity. I think if I'd stuck to Christianity, I guess I'd have to like stay in my small town. I'm not really sure what I've had to have done. Hey, Chef Dan, how you going?
I just wanted to say thank you for doing this live. Religion is a poison, and homologous bone structures alone disproves creationism.
Homologous bone structures. What does that mean?
So, like, did you know that the structure of the bones in a whale's fin are the same structure in a human's arm across all of kingdom Mammalia? It's the same bone structure, homologous bone structures through
Oh,
all
wow.
mammals.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was hearing somebody else this morning talking about, the giraffe has like 7 vertebrae and we have, or 12, is it 12 vertebrae and we have 12 vertebrae?
I mean,
I don't know if that's,
it's,
am I getting it
it's,
wrong? Am I getting it entirely wrong?
or everything on earth being carbon based. Like, this alone disprove.
Yeah, giraffes and humans have
Religion
the
can't
same
account for
number.
truths.
Oh, it's 7. Giraffes and humans have the same number of neck bones, 7 cervical vertebrae, but a giraffe's vertebrae are vastly larger, more elongated, allowing for their extraordinary neck length and reaching food, spotting predators. Human vertebrae are much shorter, supporting right. So yeah, so the thing here is that 7 is a heavenly number, and that's how we know that God did it. Oh wait,
Yeah, 8 as a number, if you put it in your wallet, will get you money. Right?
8 in your wallet?
I
Yes.
don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I heard it on Coach.
You're breaking up.
Some woman, she called herself a light worker. All right, I'll catch you later. Bye.
Bye. That was the perfect time for the audio to come back. Someone that called themselves a light worker. I will think about the chat thing and figure out. Who's asking you this? Pingu. You're asking me if you should kill your kid? I don't know what this means. Oh, hey, Jared. Hey, it's here. Great to see you. Jared, were you the one that gave me this idea in Discord? I needed to look into it to remember. I was talking to somebody, and there was like a drive-in. We were talking about drive-ins. I think Hannah maybe was there involved. Yeah, so I decided to finally run this, see what it's like, but it's not getting any engagement. I think part of the problem is that the text is really hard to read. So I'm going to try, while we wait, I'm going to try doing 2 things at once. I'm going to try changing the color of the text and talking about something like the false prophecies. So there's one in particular. Yeah, maybe it's the being of the false prophet. They probably don't know how to argue that. It's true. Yeah, maybe I should change it to Jesus Christ is like a liar. But the false prophet is so much more like a movie. Like the idea is that it says like Jesus Christ is the false prophet. It's like a movie. The text is small. Even on my 75-inch TV, it is small. Yeah, it is. I think the concept is neat, but it's a little too busy for what I'm trying to do. I got to rethink it. So we'll go with a different background. Okay. So I'm not going to change to a more aggressive background yet. Just yet. It's only been half an hour, 40 minutes. Most of that's been screwing around. So I'm going to try this one and see if we get anybody for a nice topic. We can have a nice conversation. That's really kind of what I want to do. Like, I'm tired of talking about slavery and women and stuff burning alive. It's really hard. And I don't understand. I don't understand, like, why these don't kill people's faith, like, immediately. So I really like Daniel Green's stuff. I was watching him, been watching him for a while, like years. And, he does street epistemology. And I think that's really important. That's what got me interested in this. I want to do that. It's really hard to build an audience off of street epistemology. If you don't believe him, why do you obsess over trying to make him wrong? That psychologically shows that he is the truth. Diesel man, actually, I'm under, I have like a contractual obligation. Let's see. If Mel Brooks started a religion, I would follow him instantly. Jesus Christ and zombie blood magic. Oh, that would be a really good one. See if we get anybody because of transubstantiation. I don't know who's Dusty Smith. I don't know who that is. I knew someone in high school named Dusty Rhodes. True story. And they made a board game. Okay, so it's very, very weird and interesting. Like, I knew him and his girlfriend in high school, and then they made a board game that they put on Kickstarter, done pretty well with it. And I saw that and I was like, hey, I went to high school with you. You may not know me because I have a different name now. Take Me, he's an OG atheist YouTuber. Oh, you know what? I think when I first started looking into this stuff, I vaguely remember that name. I wonder if that's someone I saw originally using voice to text. Knew a guy named Dustin Smith. Why have so much hate for a man you don't believe is real? Oh no, I don't understand why you think that. That sounds like you have something going on for yourself that you're thinking that. If you have a critique of like how I'm running my life, I'm open to hear it. I just want to talk to Christians about their faith because I don't think it's good for society. I don't know that I believe that Jesus was like a real live person at this point, but that's kind of beside the point. He could have died on the cross and rose again and still not be the Messiah. Like, that has nothing to do with being the Messiah. Sure, come on up if you want to talk. Yeah, I'm just taking up, just have to be 18 plus, and you get 30 minutes. We do a kick poll at that point to see how if the guests want, the chat wants to go into a new conversation. Jesus is a God and your feelings won't change that. Okay. I can send you an invite if you'd like. Let's see. Oh, I can't send an invite. It says no invite, so I don't know what's going on. But for whatever reason, you can't come up, I guess. I don't know. TikTok's doing it. It's actually not my feelings about the issue. The issue is that I've seen too much, right? I'm live on YouTube right now. Can I go on your link? Are you asking me to go to you? I mean, it looks like you'd be a really good time, but I'm doing my own show, so I'm not sure. Not sure why I would do that. And they have sharks have been around since dinosaur times, and they have freaking lasers on their heads. You want to debate but don't have a link to chat? You're on TikTok. I'm not sure what's wrong with you, but you're on TikTok. I'm sorry that you can't come up to chat on TikTok. That's not my problem. It's crazy. Like the burden shifting. Like you're burden shifting their whole fucking problem. Like whatever you've done to get in this state, that's on you. Like I don't know. Is no one able to request? Let me check. Chef Jan just came up earlier. Let me see. I can't I can't bring up tab. Bring up Chef Dan. Carbon fragments. I think it might be a setting that some people have on their TikTok account or something. No Schley. You can't click the two little people. But how did you get here?
It worked.
Hey, Carbon.
Worked for me. It worked for me.
Oh, you were saying to the guest, you can't do that. I thought you were telling me you can't do it.
Oh, me? No, I was saying just click the little thing. It worked for me. I don't see why it's not working.
Yeah, Schley,
well,
I can't click on multi-guest for you for whatever reason.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah, I think it's a setting that some people have somehow. Maybe it's a camera thing.
Maybe.
Okay.
Well, see ya.
See ya.
Wait. I've actually never done this to drop. Mezzo's always dropped me.
I got you. I think to drop you, there's like there is some button. It's a little hard to understand that that's the button, but you click it, and it's in the top left or right, and then there'll be another button to disconnect, something like that. But I do know it's funny because everyone's always like, I don't know how to drop, and until you actually do it as a guest on your phone, you realize when you get there, you're like, wait a second, I'm not entirely sure what this is. Yeah, the UI is not very good. I don't know. It's one of the things that I realized about when I started using it, was that design is a crock. I mean, like, I think there is good design, but it's not a thing that businesses care about. I used to think that like that was part of the like the package in web development was that you would have a balance of design versus business stuff, but TikTok seems like that's not there. They did very well. So there's just shit everywhere on TikTok. It's so frustrating. Pingy, the bunch of morals from Jesus, what are they? Is it when he quotes 2 laws? Or is it when he says to think of yourself as a worthless slave? Or perhaps when he denies healing a woman's child because she's not an Israelite and he calls her a dog? Or maybe the morals, let's see, when he says that you should, hate your mother and your father. The morals when he said that he came to divide, to bring a sword and not peace. Were it those morals? Yeah, the morals when he said stone your children for misbehaving. I don't need to be forgiven. That's the funny thing. Chief Force can't request a call in. Something is wrong with my thing. Let's restart TikTok. It's gonna be a quick restart. I'm gonna give me like 1 minute. It's good to see you, Chief Force. I'm not following you. Oh, you have like very few. You must not use TikTok much. I do debates on debates on religion. I like to do more like discussions. I want to discuss it because I think debating it shows the cracks to outsiders, but discussing it, I think, really brings it home. GeForce, it may be that you're unable to request that because you don't use TikTok very much, but I'm not really sure. But since there's been so little traction and stuff and everything, I'm just going to restart anyway. Maybe TikTok didn't like what I was reading. Oh, Tahir's here.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
I was just checking to see if it worked for me, and it did.
Yeah, there's something weird going on. Some people it works, some people it doesn't. Now you can. Does it have to have somebody up to make it work? Hey, GeForce.
GeForce in the house.
Okay. I don't know what to do. Should I restart? Like what?
How long have you been live now?
47 minutes.
Maybe give it a little bit longer.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Thanks for checking it out. Over here now. Danny, who are you? Do I know you? Are you the GeForce? Well, it's good to see you on Twitch. Jesus literally made sure one was not stoned and said the person was not. Oh, Pingu, you don't know the story of this. We have our earliest manuscripts of that don't have that verse in there. It's written into the margins later, and then the church fathers kind of like made sure that it got put in. Jesus may not have ever said this. I mean, like Jesus may not have said any of this stuff. But I thought that was really funny. You could request one to hear called in, but now the request button is gone. Wait. Is it there? Is it back now? I had a thing clicked. Maybe it was messing with it. Yeah, I can invite you. Get out of here. You only see the two little people to request. What's happening? Sorry, there's some chatter everywhere. You see the little pink and blue guys. Specific layout to have the boxes ready to clock. Otherwise, it won't show unless someone is up. Oh, they're ready to click. Oh, do I not have like the right layout or something? Is it like a setting that I have wrong? That's annoying if that's it. After I did all that grandstanding. Where is that setting? Oh, my layout is fine. They just need to click the little peoples. Oh, to hear, are you saying like some people are used to seeing the panels that have like a button that says request on every box or whatever? Yeah. No, in this style, yeah, there should be I think there should be like a little button that says like empty box and has a guest button or something, or request button, but also the little peoples. Still no guests though. Okay, we're gonna try this because I don't know if it's me. We're back up to, a decent amount of people on TikTok. Let's try to do like a different background. We'll do one that makes people mad. Where's the cult one? To hear what layout should I try? I don't want a multi-guest layout necessarily. Hey, GeForce. Oh. Hey, more testing?
Hey, just tested.
Okay.
I thought also maybe if you had guests up, I don't know, that would do something to the magical TikTok algorithm.
Oh yeah, sometimes it helps just having maybe somebody up, and also like having somebody to talk to is useful.
I bet.
So what are you up to? How are you doing?
Doing well. I gotta pee real bad, so that's a thing.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah. Day off work. Kids are home, just relaxing. Glad you're live though. It was a nice little happy thing. Hit a dopamine to turn on YouTube and see you up here.
Oh, great. Thank you. Yeah. I'm glad that people are liking my work. Want to get it out to more people.
Yeah,
I gotta get
want to see
people
more
to
people
come
up
and
here.
debate more. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, I think you're doing a great job, and I'll definitely stay tuned in. Appreciate you.
Cool. Thanks. Yeah, Shley, do you want to? Well, I can't invite you, but if you want, you can come up. There you go. Need a good joke for the speech bubble. Hey, Shley, how are you doing?
Hello, dear.
Hi.
I might have background noise. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah.
My kids are watching SpongeBob. But I'll happily sit up here and see if that works for a little bit, and then if it doesn't work, then maybe do a quick restart. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. We'll give it a few more minutes. It's 55 minutes. Then I'll have been live for an hour. Or in 5 minutes, I'll
Nice.
be live for an hour.
Have you had any guests?
I don't think so.
I think
Has it
you
all just
had.
been friendlies? I can't think of anybody that actually came up. Yeah.
I'm working on stuff today. Yeah, can you hear that SpongeBob movie in the background?
It's really loud. Yeah.
Is it? I'm gonna go on mute then. That's annoying.
We could talk about just saw Godless Engineer talking about in Exodus. Let me find this. Now, I don't think any Christian's gonna like care. Like they don't care about the horrible shit in the book. So this is just for us. Let me turn on the Bible view. Okay. So the Lord said to Moses, "Consecrate to me all the firstborn. Whatever is the first to open the womb among the Israelites of human beings is mine." There was more. I know he was reading it, and it was more. The consecration of the firstborn. When the Lord has brought you into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to you and your ancestors and given it to you, you shall set apart to the Lord all that first opens the womb. It's really disgusting sounding. It's like an alien is coming out. All the firstborn offspring of your livestock that are males shall be the Lord's. But every firstborn donkey you shall redeem with a sheep. If you do not redeem it, you must break its neck. Every firstborn donkey redeem with a sheep. What the fuck does this mean? These are so like when you read them, it's so very much like very much fantasy. Like there's some kind of spell going on here, but the donkeys are special. Shall redeem with a sheep. Every firstborn male among your children you shall redeem. When in the future your child asks you, "What does this mean?" you shall answer, "By strength of hand, the Lord brought us out of Egypt from the house of slavery. When Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let us go, the Lord killed all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from human firstborn to the firstborn of animals. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord every male that first opens the womb, but every firstborn of my sons I redeem. Shall serve hand as an emblem, forehead that to be strength of the hand, Lord brought us out of Egypt." So I think, I don't know. I do read it very strangely because it says that like every male that first opens the womb, but every firstborn of my sons I redeem. I want to know what this means. Where can I look to find this out? It's not like So this is Exodus 13. Exodus 13. I don't know how to spell Dan McClellan. I want to know if he said anything on it, though. I don't think this page has. This is just a. Okay, I'm not used WordPress in a long time. This is just a. Oh, I see. Exodus. So it's like 13. Let me see if I can find that. No, just the date. I don't know if this is in here. Dennis Prager. I don't know who else I'd look into. Well, this is very interesting and very exciting, and it's so much fun reading the Bible. To let's say like 5 minutes, like a restart. I could use the restroom and get some water and stuff. Okay. I'm gonna disconnect you, Schley. Thanks y'all for coming by. Democracy and human rights, Christians. Scientific method, Christians. Landing on the moon, Christians. What are you talking about? These are, even if you're correct, which you're not, but even you're correct, this is just a genetic fallacy. No, it is not. Well, I mean, like, I suppose if you just want to like redefine everything that makes what a cult is, then yes, it would be your certain perspective. But I have reasons to believe that Christianity is not just like a way of viewing the world that makes it look cultist. There are problems with the system. Read from the Gen Z Bible. That was pretty fun. I feel like TikTok must hear when I say I'm going to restart, and then it sends people to like harass me in the comments and make it seem like they're going to come up. So, hacker, that's a literal argument from popularity. It's a fallacy to think this way. Why did Christians become so popular? Is it real? If not, then why is it so famous? Why is Islam so famous? What? What is the chapter and verse on democracy and human rights? Yeah. You have the worldview, my friend, and I will pray for you. I understand, like, you don't want to engage. You've already decided you're correct. This is a surefire way of knowing you're not in a cult. Is when you've decided that everyone else is wrong but me, and there's no reason for me to discuss it because they're all obviously wrong, and discussing it would only show how wrong they are. It's not like I don't really believe this shit. It's not like I'm actually really afraid that they'll show me how vapid and empty this worldview is, that it's actually harmful to both me and society. No, it's surely not that. Yeah, Christianity is forced on other cultures on pain of death, believe or die. I think this is like a huge problem that I can't get around when people try to act like Christianity is good for society and it's lasted this long, and it's all these fallacious arguments to begin with. They're not good reasons to believe a thing is true. But then if you just look at the track record along the little cherry-picked like ideas that you have, there's like a bunch of terrible, awful stuff. Just the worst stuff. What do I stand for? I don't know. Truth, I guess, or like reality, kindness, empathy. You know, the liberal stuff that like probably. I didn't really figure out what it meant to be redeemed. Exodus. The problem is that, like, I have found that searching for any kind of Christian thing, there's so much nonsense that Christians have put out onto the internet. It's very hard to tell. So you can't trust the AI very much because the AI just tells you what the Christians say. And then, like, it's hard because most of it is like Reddit discussions or something. There's just not a lot of like scholarly, easily found stuff that it's not to my standard, maybe. Like Bible Hub, and then you got Heart of Life Church. I don't know who James Jackson is. Probably a Christian. I was stunned by God's instructions to the Israelites about commemorating the Passover in Exodus 13. As Charles Spurgeon pointed out, this presented a problem for the Israelites when it came to donkeys. All of the livestock that had been domesticated by the Israelites was considered clean. According to Leviticus 11, donkeys were unclean because they have an undivided hoof. So how can an unclean animal be offered to God? So that's definitely happening. The donkeys are getting sacrificed. One cannot offer an unclean animal God. What's a faithful Jew to do? Under substitutionary sacrifice, a lamb, which is clean, could take the place of a donkey, which is unclean. If the owner of the donkey considered the land to be too valuable to redeem for the donkey had to be destroyed. What is this? It's so crazy. It's such a crazy system. What an amazing picture of the gospel. Okay. And this one just goes off the rails. They're not even talking about the thing I want to know about. They're all focused on the donkeys. $15? Redeem means to buy back or ransom something claimed by God, substituting another or offering, specifically to free a firstborn donkey from his decreed death by giving a lamb or breaking its neck, to redeem firstborn sons by a payment to the priests. All is a constant reminder that God spared Israel's firstborn. Oh, so it's like you need to pay for the firstborn you have to redeem it so you don't sacrifice it? Wonder what Godless Engineer was getting at with this. I'm not convinced. I don't understand. Firstborn sons were presented to God, but redeemed by their parents with a payment of 5 shekels to the priests. Like, I get the idea of it. I just don't know why. I mean, like, I know why they would do it, because it's just like you have to do a thing, and so you have to figure out a way to get rid of it. But like I don't know that commentaries are going to help me a lot. It's just what Christians think. I want to know, like, are there Hebrew words here that mean something crazy, or like is it literally what it says? Godless seemed to think it was something pretty. Torah, a woman's commentary. Christians think. I want to know, like, literally what Torah, a woman's commentary.
About your ex during a first date. Talking about your ex during any date kind of sucks. Yeah. That's understandable.
All right, we are live once again, coming from you, the Pacific Northwest. It's now 12:38 p.m. where I'm at. YouTube, we good? Everyone see? Let's see. Seems to be working. Thank you for waiting during the restart. Let me get back to record. Okay. Hey, Silly Goose. Sparrow. Primordial Puggles, I think you're new. I haven't seen you around. Good to see you. It seemed like you got a warm welcome. So hopefully you'll get an idea of how I do my live. This topic tends to get a lot more engagement. On the lines chat. That's cool. Yeah. I think I only watched the line. I watched the line when primarily I like Forrest a lot. I like Gutsick Gibbon. Donald Trump's son is in the guest box. Interesting. That's annoying. Okay. How's it going? Are you
Hello?
over 18 and are you a Christian?
Yes, I'm 18 years.
I'm already kind of skeezed out by your username. Nah, I'm good. I don't want to talk to you. I don't know who you are. You can't seem to engage immediately. Like, I'm just not interested. Looking for a Christian that's ready to talk. Come on up. It's time to leave the cult. If you have that kind of like a profile, you have like a real short fuse with me. Like I don't have a lot of time for like, you got background noise, unable to engage. Who knows what you're going to do next, right? I don't need that shit. I made some oatmeal for lunch. Tahir, great to have you back. So I'm waiting for the oatmeal to get cooler. Praise Doug. Praise Doug indeed. Thanks for sharing the live. Yeah, nobody needs that. People like that, they're just looking to ruin people's day. That's my guess. I'm sorry, Donald Trump's son. If you're just sincerely Donald Trump's son, and that's what your profile is about, is how you are sincerely his son. Well, it's unfortunate I missed out on like a high level debate with one of his prodigies, but progenies. My day's going okay. Yeah, it's going pretty good. I was excited for a bit. I thought I had not me wanting oatmeal now. The topic is that it's time to leave the cult. I think Christianity is a cult that is harmful to individuals and society. And I'm willing to talk about, most aspects of this. We could talk about what a cult is? Primordial Puggles, thank you so much for joining the Dwarf Lantern Sharks membership. You should have access to my Discord now. Why do you feel that way? All we do is spread love. That's interesting. Have you met a Christian? Crazy. That's part of the problem, right? That's your perception of what Christianity is? That's not the perception that I have. Christians are very nice to each other. I can tell you that. Wouldn't you think transgenderism is equally harmful under your logic? No. I don't understand why you would think that. I haven't given you any of the reasons why I think it's harmful. So, nope. My logic has nothing to do with gender. What beliefs do you find extreme in Christianity within a theological context? Are you saying that it's not a cult because they don't have extreme views? So the book says certain things, right? Like that you should have thought crimes. Things like, look at a woman with lust, it's better to pluck out your eye than to go to hell. Primordial, thank you so much for the 5 Pink and Blue Shark gift memberships. That's amazing. I appreciate that so much. So you're going to say, well, nobody's plucking their eyes out. And I'm going to say, yeah, because nobody believes this shit. But the problem is that this kind of weird way of thought criming, of making you dislike the things you think, right? One of the things I heard a lot in church was to take every thought captive. So there is this idea of being on guard and vigilant with your own thoughts, that you might think the wrong things. This is really harmful. And it's something that cults do, is they tell you that you think the wrong things, here's what you should think. So that's just one example. Every sinful thought captive? How do you know if it's a sinful thought? Because the book tells you, right? It's the same thing. Who cares? That's crazy. What was my church? It was a non-denominational evangelical church. There are no sins. That's the problem. You shouldn't have thought crimes. There shouldn't be any thought crimes. I don't know why this is a controversial issue for Christians, that they think that we should hate ourselves. This is a huge problem. It's part of the theology. It's part of why I can't go back to this, is that I don't believe that I should hate myself without God. No, it's hating yourself. It's not your actions. Jesus is explicit about this. He says, if you lust after a woman, you should pluck out your own eye. It's as bad as adultery. That'd be part of the issue, in my opinion. Non-doms aren't how most Christians believe. That's wonderful, Aqua. No true Christian. I understand. There's no way that I understand any of this stuff. You have the truth. I don't. Fall short of what? What do we fall short of? Yeah, you do say that, Aqua. I don't know what you didn't understand about what your comment entails. It's crazy. Y'all say things, you don't know what you mean. Pingu, why do you believe that? You're not to be too critical of yourselves to the point where you feel bad for not so serious mistakes. How do you determine what is a not so serious mistake? These are the things that I don't understand. These are all the things that, as a Christian, I would have said the same things. They don't mean anything. These words don't mean anything. You can't show me scripture that backs this up. You can't show me any way to interpret it that makes it make sense. Yeah, Jesus said that as a metaphor to help you understand the severity of it. It's a thought crime. Like, it's really just cut and dry. I don't know why this is so hard for you. It's not bad to lust after somebody. Who cares? You have a bone to pick with God, so you read it to be offended? I have a bone to pick with Christians. Y'all are unthinking robots. You were providing me with a statistic? Do you mean because the Catholic Church is bigger than Protestant? Like, is that your point? It's all nonsense, Aqua. It's all the same nonsense. Yep. Lust and love are two different concepts. I'd agree with you. I don't think that either are wrong. I'm objectifying a person to my twisted desires. That's not necessarily true. Did the original laws say not to kill or hate your neighbor? Yeah, how do we punish hating somebody? How is it illegal? That is not what lust is. I don't think that's what lust is. I don't know, we can look it up, I guess. An intense, often uncontrollable desire, most commonly referring to a strong sexual craving, and can also mean a powerful longing for things like power, money, or experiences, like a lust for life, often driven by selfish or objectifying impulses rather than love or connection. Fair enough. But I take it to be just very strong sexual desire. That was like the AI overview. So the definition in the Oxford is very strong sexual desire, and have a very strong sexual desire for someone as a verb. I think that seems fine. If you're adding objectification, yeah, I don't think you should do that. But it's not a thought crime. Like, you shouldn't be punished for it. Why would I leave something I love? Because you should follow the truth. I don't follow things just because I love them, or because they're convenient, or because they they make me feel good. I like the truth. Because the truth will you can, don't you know? I miss some people came in. One sec, Ken, I'll bring you up. DJ Hot Tub, great to see you. Was it just DJ? Okay. Hey, Ken, how's it going? Are you over 18?
It's going very, very, very well. Yeah, I'm 51.
Oh, yeah, you look jacked. Is that your profile photo?
Yeah, that's me. That's about a year ago, I guess.
Are you bigger now or smaller in muscle size?
I was about 205 there. I'm around 200 pounds now. I've been doing a lot of cardio and trying to get down to like 11% body fat.
Wow. So, yeah, I can see from even the small thumbnail, your arms are muscly. I'm like, wow.
Yeah. I've been into calisthenics. I was a gymnast in high school, and I've been into calisthenics and stuff my whole life. So
nice.
Yeah. So I stay fit, really fit and stuff. Yeah, but you might, because I see a lot of these, and I never really come on them or anything, but I see a lot of these on TikTok. I'm a trucker, so that's my content's just like trucking and home stuff. But I see a lot of people on here talking about religion and stuff. I'm a Coptic Orthodox Christian, and I don't really argue religion with people. I mean, believe whatever you want, I don't care. But like, I love my church. Like, I love the people, I love my priest, I love all the trappings of the church life. I love the history. You know, like,
okay,
I would never leave. It's like one of my favorite things in life is going to church. You know, I love the liturgy. I love it. I don't understand why I would ever leave.
Well, because the God isn't real and is awful.
Well, I mean, I understand. Like, I was a philosophy major in college. I understand that assertion. Even if that's the case, let's say that is the case, then it's all subjective. And subjectively, this makes me happy. So why would I leave?
Because you shouldn't just do things to make you happy. If that's
that's an ought claim. Should. That's an ought claim you're making. Should.
Yeah. We ought do.
That's your preference. My preference is to do what I like to do.
Yeah. Do you think I can convince you? Do you think I can convince you? Do you think I can convince you to do what you ought not like, what you ought to do, but rather what you rather than what you like to do?
I don't think you could convince me to do something that's going to make me unhappy.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? And like,
oh no, I do. It just means that you're dogmatic.
From that materialist.
No,
well,
just
you're
dogmatic. It means there's no reason to discuss anything with you.
Well, no, I'm happy to discuss. I'm just saying from your view, the materialist view, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. We're just meat sacks. So why should I do something that makes me unhappy if I'm just a sack of meat and there's no purpose anyway?
I believe that our actions have consequences and our beliefs inform our actions.
Right. I agree with that.
Right. And so if you believe bad things, you may do bad things. Right. You may follow bad things.
Well, from your worldview, there's no good or bad. It's just preference. From your worldview. There's just we're just sacks of meat. There's no moral claim. There's just I like this or I like that. No, there's not. There's just
there is.
Like you could say you like.
What's your moral claim?
You like.
You keep telling me. You keep telling me what my argument is. I haven't even said anything. Why don't you make an argument for yourself?
Well, you just told me God was not real, so that makes you a materialist. I told you I was.
It does not make me a materialist, but I probably am. It doesn't really matter.
Okay. Well, what is your?
I'm not really interested in like Philbro bullshit. So, Ken, here's the thing. Right. I don't care about Philbro bullshit. I want to talk about the substance. Ken,
right. You're not interested in having your ass handed to you. I get it.
That's interesting. Right. The ad homs come out when somebody's losing. You ever notice that? You ever notice that the ad homs come out when somebody's losing?
Hey, just tell me why I ought to do what you want me to do rather than what I want to do.
If your only reason is to be happy, then I don't know how to converse with you. I don't think that's a good reason to do things.
Tell me why I ought to do what makes you happy versus what makes me happy.
It's not that you should do what makes me happy.
Exactly. You can't do that. So my point is, I'll just continue
because that's not my argument. Ken, you're making a straw man.
What is your argument?
It's time to leave the cult.
I'm happy to argue against whatever you Bible.
I'd like to have a discussion. Would you like to have a discussion, Ken?
Okay, sure. Let's have a discussion. Yeah,
right.
Sure.
So why would you follow something that's so demonstrably false?
Because it makes me happy.
That's it. That's always going to be your answer, and I need to show you how you should follow something that's true, regardless if it makes you happy.
Well, you're going to say should if you can determine.
Fucking people like that. Oh my God, what's wrong with you? I can't even have a conversation with you, at all. And I would be willing to actually even engage, but you're so fucking ready. Yeah. Ken, you got me. You got me. You got me. I didn't want to subject my audience to that bullshit. Oops. Go have your own live. You're good. You won. Hey, Namor, are you over 18 and are you a Christian?
I am over 18 and I am a Christian. Now, what do you believe?
Well, I'm an atheist, so I don't believe that any God exists. But I do think that Christianity is harmful to society and to people, and that it is a cult, and that people should leave it.
Okay, so you believe in nothing?
That's not what I said. I have beliefs.
Okay,
I believe that Christianity is a harmful cult, and people should leave it. Do you want to talk about that belief? I told you literally a belief.
Okay. So what, do you believe in a God or any God?
I already told you I'm an atheist. I do not believe in any gods.
Science?
Scientific method seems consistent. The scientific method seems consistent. Is that what you're referring to?
What scientific method do you believe in that proves anything? That proves
your audio is really muffled. Are you underwater? Or are you talking into a sock?
Hold on, give me 1 second. Is that better?
That is better. You were trying to straw man something?
Okay, sorry.
I think you were building a straw man?
No, I was actually more just seeing what you said you believe. Okay, now what scientific proof that you said you have? Actual proof, not theories that, the existence of the world, the made of the people, stuff like that.
What, proof of what?
I said actual proof, not theories.
Of what? What are you proof of what? What are you talking about? I haven't made a claim. I said God. I don't believe God exists.
I'm making a claim. Okay.
You have a huge amount of echo. You have a huge amount of echo. Do you have headphones or something, or is the headphones that were making the bad noise before?
Nah, I think the headphones were making the bad noise.
Okay, I don't. This might not work. You have a lot of echo, and then sometimes it's hard to hear you.
Okay, well, become a Christian then.
Okay. Pingu, I think we talked before. I know we talked in the YouTube chat. Christians coming up with the scientific method doesn't mean anything. That's just a genetic fallacy if you're saying that it has any reason to do with it. Pingu, what's up?
Sup? Yeah, you talked with me like a couple days ago.
Yeah. What was your religion again?
Islam? No, no, it's Christianity.
Did you go up on Mezzo's live and say that you were Muslim? Got a phone call or something, I guess.
Sorry. Hello.
Were you the person that went on Mezzo's live and said you were a Muslim after coming up here and said you were a Christian? I can't remember if it was you or someone else.
No. I never. You told me I could go to that stream, but I never did.
Okay, it must have been somebody else. Yeah. Okay. So what do you want to do? What do you want to talk about?
I thought about it a little bit after when we spoke last time. I didn't really get to. I have a couple questions,
Sure.
That kind of came into my mind. Okay, so first of all, what is what? You're not Christian.
No.
What are you?
Oh, I'm an atheist. I don't have any belief in any gods or gods.
Okay. So how do you think the world came to be?
The Big Bang seems to be a pretty good explanation for the as far back as we can see of the universe, and then it's just sort of like through natural things happening. The Earth eventually happened through gravity and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of cool that we could come to that conclusion, but that doesn't exclude that some kind of God could have created it all from nothing.
Oh no, but it means that we don't know what is before that. So I believe that the Big Bang, we know this much, and then we don't know anything before it. So Occam's razor, I just don't put anything else.
Yeah, well, we don't know it for sure, but if you were to take, if you were to take Christianity for a truth, then we would have a lot of clues, at least.
Why would Christianity give us clues?
I mean, obviously, we have our own creation argument.
Right, it gives you a story. It doesn't tell you anything about how the world was created. How was the world created?
It definitely tells you how the world was created, if you mean the Earth.
Yeah, how was the Earth created? How?
Well, in the first day, haven't you heard that before? In the first day...
I don't think you understand the question. Because I told you how the Earth was created by the universe, right? Through gravity. So how did God do it?
But you didn't actually tell me how it was. How did it happen?
Gravity pulled together the matter that eventually... That's my understanding? To make a large...
But it was nothing from the beginning, right? What was before that?
I don't know that there was nothing in the beginning. I already told you. We don't know what's before the Big Bang. It's a mystery.
Exactly.
Not exactly.
Yeah.
Not exactly. That doesn't prove anything on your side. It proves that there's no... It shows that we don't know if there's a God. So, if you want to say that I'm agnostic to there being a generic deity that started everything, perhaps it is a possibility. I don't see any reason to believe it, but there is definitely no Christian God. That's just nonsense. That thing is absurd.
How would you know?
Because it's contradictory. Its properties are contradictory.
Its properties are contradictory. What is contradictory?
Do you believe that God is all-knowing?
Yes.
Is God all-powerful? Is he able to do all logical things?
Able to do all logical things?
Yes.
He can pretty much do anything, I'm sure.
So can he learn a new thing?
That sounds a bit like a loop.
Well, it's a contradiction. It's a problem with one of his properties. Because he's all-knowing, he cannot learn a new thing. Therefore, he does not have the power to do something that I can
Does
do
he need
because
to
I'm not
learn
all-knowing.
something new? Does he need to learn something new, though, if he knows everything?
But it means that he can't
Wouldn't it
do
be kind of
something. It's
useless?
just a problem in the description. Do you understand? For someone to have all the powers, to be able to do anything, that means they should be able to learn a new thing. Like I can learn a new thing. That's a thing I can do. It's a power I have. God can't do it because he has all knowledge.
However, God is also infinite, like in many aspects. So
What does that mean?
That doesn't make sense either, right?
But that doesn't say anything to what I just said. Like, how does that rebut it? What do you mean?
Yes, it does.
How does that respond to what I said?
It's claimed that God is. It's claimed that God is infinite. So I mean, that doesn't make sense to you, but.
Well, it's like it's a non sequitur. It's a non sequitur. I have no idea what it has to do with God's properties of being omnipotent and omniscient.
If he knows how to do infinite things, how does it make sense to put a logical,
restriction?
like trap on him or whatever?
Right, because I believe that the laws of logic hold true in reality. And so if they don't hold true for your God, it means the God can't exist. Or I have to say that the laws of logic don't apply to God, and then anything is possible. It means literally anything is true.
I mean, to be honest, would you even say that it's logical that we exist?
Yes. What's the contradiction or the fallacy? Like, what is?
I mean,
what is
still, we don't fully know why the universe even began.
Do you know what logic is? Can you define logic?
Also, no, I don't have like a scholarly.
Let me try.
definition.
I have an idea in my head, but I'll just get it in here. Reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity, a system or set of principles underlying the arrangements of elements in a computer or electronic device. Or perform, that's different. That's computer logic. So this is about reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. So logic is basically there are three main laws in I think it's modal logic. There's the law of non-contradiction. P is always P. It cannot be something else than what it is, right? So an apple can't be an orange at the same time. It's an apple. It's always an apple. The other laws are that oh my God, my brain went laws of logic. My brain went blank. Because I'm like law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle. Yeah. So law of identity. Sorry, that's the apple is apple. Non-contradiction is that it can't be itself and also the inverse of itself. I got those two confused. I'm sorry about that. It's a huge mistake. Non-contradiction is basically you can't say P and not P. So you can't say that the sun rose and the sun did not rise. That's a contradiction in like the actual thing that happened. The thing that people often, and the law of excluded middle is essentially to say that there are true dichotomies. I think that's what that means. Let me make sure. Fundamental principle of classical logic stating any proposition either true or its negation is true with no third possibility, no middle ground. Yeah. So the main thing that people get wrong with logic is that they think that logic means how you figured out something, and that's sort of it, but it's also through a system. It's also by saying like this premise is true and this premise is true and this premise is true, and these things all together they follow to a conclusion. And so you can't just say like random things and say like, oh well, being alive isn't logical. Like there's no part of us existing that is like contradictory. Do you understand? Like it doesn't, like you'd have to say like, oh well, we don't exist and we exist. That would be actually a contradiction in logic.
As of logic, but I mean, still, we don't know why anything happened.
That doesn't mean that Christian God exists. None of this is proof of the Christian God.
No, actually, I just kind of wanted to know what you thought about it.
Well, I told you what I thought about it. We don't know, and I reserve my judgment. Like, the point of this is to talk about the Christian God, so I don't know.
Can I move on to another question?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to have a winner or a loser as well. I don't know.
No,
I just kind of
I just want to
have
have a discussion. We're good with discussion.
Well, good. Yeah. What's it called? Okay, you're an atheist, as you said, but then I wonder, like, okay, how do you determine what's actually moral to do? Like, what is right to do and wrong to do?
It's a good question. It's something that we're always trying to figure out. So I typically look at it as like morality is my goal is to have as little harm as possible for people, because I know that I don't want to be harmed. And so I know that I don't want other people to harm me. And so I look at it and go like, okay, well, the best thing I can do is like invert that. And so the things that I want, so that's a sort of the love your neighbor as yourself sort of thing, but it's a little more like do what they want you to do to them sort of thing. It's more of like the platinum rule in that sense. So if we take this as like a guidepost of like no harm, then morals become kind of easy. We can then use logic to determine like what causes harm. Let's not do that. So it seems like that's how morals should work. It's just a general idea of like when I come across something that seems difficult, like I had the opportunity to spread a lie about somebody the other day, right? And I'm like, well,
spread a lie? What did you say?
Oh, I had an opportunity to spread a lie about somebody the other day. And so I was considering it because I really hate this person. I think that they're a really bad person. This lie wouldn't be like, it's not like, a criminal thing. It's just like an attack on their character. And I thought about it and was like, well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to bring that kind of harm into the world where I'm making things up to make somebody look bad. They do it enough on their own. I can kind of weigh that and see the moral reason I shouldn't do it. And so in that case, lying was wrong because it's just like there's no benefit to humanity. It's just my own personal petty thing. And I wouldn't want somebody to do that to me. But then I look at like, lying, there are good reasons to lie. Somebody's starving and they steal, and somebody asks, did you see that? You say no, because like, or, even they're not starving. Somebody takes like a candy bar from Walmart. I just don't, I don't need to care about it. I don't think like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? As a Christian, I would have been really stressing over that because I would have no idea when lying is appropriate. Do you know what I'm saying?
Lying, when lying is appropriate.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's ever appropriate to lie?
It really depends, like how meaningful the lie would be,
Right. So, like somebody steals something from a grocery store, like a big chain. Do you think that it's wrong for somebody to lie on their behalf to say you didn't see anything happen? Do you think that's actually wrong? What is the harm that's happening?
Wait, if someone robs you say if someone robs and I saw
it. Steals like a candy bar.
Steals.
Mm-hmm. So they're doing something wrong. I would say like that depends on your view on theft and property and stuff. But let's say that you're in the position of lying about it. I don't think the lie in this case actually does any harm. I don't think it matters. I think the candy bar ultimately like it's not gonna like mean a lot that they took a candy bar.
I guess to start with, I would probably snitch, maybe.
Yeah, and you might get that person killed.
Probably not where I live.
Okay. Sounds like you trust the police. I don't trust the police. Regardless of that,
yeah, I wouldn't either in America,
would you think that I did something wrong, though? If you snitched on somebody and they were killed for stealing a candy bar, do you think that's better or worse than if you don't snitch on them and they don't die from that reason?
Well, it would be hell uncalled for that they get shot.
Right, but your actions led to it, right? So the moral outcome of this is hard to tell because you can't tell what your actions may clearly do. In your view, though, you would tell the truth every time.
Yeah, I would do that.
Right, and I think that that's a little more gray because we don't know what might happen to the person because of this. I think there's harm that can happen.
Then you're going to get lost forever on every moral question.
No, I'm not. It's very clear to me. How am I lost?
No, but it's not clear. You said it's not clear on this one.
No, it's not clear whether or not the harm would happen, and so I wouldn't lie. It's clear to me that I shouldn't, or that I would lie. It's clear to me that snitching about this is not going to it's not going to make harm go away, and it's not going to do anything good. So what's the point?
Well, I think it's like from a Christian perspective, you could say as well, like God sees this anyway.
Yep.
But
yeah, it's thought crimes. It's more thought crimes.
You could. Wait, we can come to thought crime as well, maybe. But I kind of lost my train of thought there. Someone steals, right?
Hold on, somebody in the YouTube comments said something.
Still...
The candy bar line of thinking seems odd. Like, what if they get home and eat the candy bar and go into diabetic shock and die? So I'm curious, what do you think the likelihood of dying by the hands of the police versus dying by the hands of the candy bar you're eating are? Like, just think about the probability of things. If the police killing them is your fault, in that case, the diabetic shock. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying, what are the likelihood of things that may cause harm? Why is snitching the right thing to do? This is the question. The problem is that Christianity says that lying is wrong. It doesn't matter. I'm saying it's a moral gray area as to whether you should lie. And I think you can look at the different outcomes that are probable and just forget about it. If they're stealing gold bars or something, you might be like, this seems bad. Like, this is crazy.
It would be way more reason to lie about it, or like to not snitch.
No, Technomancer. How many people die? How many people die from? I'm sorry, I really got to talk to this person. They're very stupid. How many people die? I'm not stupid. They're very uninformed as to how this works. How many people die? Not you. This Technomancer person in YouTube comments. How many people die from diabetes versus the police? The actual question is, how many people die from the police when they're investigating theft versus people that thieve candy bars and eat the candy bar? And I bet you it's very few that die from eating the candy bar. Like, this is just you being,
you're not talking to me.
Ridiculous. Not you. I've already told you it's not you. Someone in YouTube chat.
Oh, you're talking to someone else. Oh, okay.
Back to you. I'll stop doing that.
Okay.
It's my mistake. I'll stop doing it. It's confusing to you.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just pointing out that morally, I have like a system of looking at harm, and you have a system of looking at God said it, and I don't think that works.
Well, I'm pretty sure if you are following a religion, you're following an objective, like objective morality. I'm pretty sure. It's
where's the objective morals?
Well, mostly it's Jesus teaches, right? But you do go from what? Because the church has not been the same through all of history.
What's the? You said they're objective morals. What do you take objective to mean?
That they're not subjective, I guess.
What do you take subjective to mean?
Kind of pointless.
Okay, so subjective means stance dependent. It means it's based on somebody's opinion, basically. Yes. Objective means that it's not stance dependent. Nobody has the opinion. It's just true in reality. It's just there. So objective morals would have to be a thing you can point to, like an orange is objectively in reality. You would be able to point to an objective moral to be able to say lying is wrong. And it'd be best if you could point to the moral that also tells you why, because a lot of them that people point to are just words in a book and they don't actually say anything.
What do you mean not saying anything?
Well, like there's a ton of like, is I don't know, grape wrong? Is it wrong to assault a woman? And the Bible is not extremely clear on this. It has some laws regarding it, but not all of them are very good. And if you're going to point to the Bible for something like this, it becomes very difficult to make the case that grape is just wrong. There's no incidents in the Bible that talks about actual consent, like the idea that women have any consent or have any ability to like consent. So these kinds of questions become very difficult with older texts like this.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that you should do it either.
How do you determine what consent is by the biblical scripture or by your objective morals? What is consent?
Well, maybe that you should do it in a marriage. I don't know.
Can you define consent?
being a willing participator, pretty much. I guess it could be outside of SMEX.
Right. So it's when somebody is informed of everything and they're willing to be involved in whatever you're asking to do, right? And so a big part of it is being informed. And there's nothing about this in the Bible that you should have women that are, if you're going to get married or you want to have a bride or whatever it says, there's nothing in there about consent.
Well, do we always use consent? Like
we're
even
talking
today?
about objective morals, right? And so I need to know why I should believe that consent is important objectively.
No,
I have my own
wait.
reasoning, but I need to know why you think it is. Or maybe you don't believe it is.
No, okay, listen. No, of course you should be willingly... I kind of misspoke. Of course you should be willingly participating.
Consent is important. You can just say consent is important. That's the phrase you could probably use.
Yeah, but in your opinion, should Jesus have said you need to ask the person, and then you have to ask the person like we have come up with?
Yeah, why not?
Well, maybe it wasn't a thing back then.
No, it definitely wasn't. It definitely wasn't.
It wasn't.
Right. Do you think that Jesus believes in consent?
But rape was definitely wrong.
Does Jesus believe in consent, you think?
Consent?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, why do you think that?
Most likely because marriage in itself is not...
Why do you think that marriage is
consensual?
Why do you think that marriage has consent built into it? Do you have any scripture to lead me to believe that Jesus likes consent, that he has anything to even say on it?
He probably doesn't name it by name.
Yeah, does God ever say anything about consent? Does your book say anything about consent besides when it talks about not requiring it? It explicitly says you can steal war brides. No consent. Explicitly.
War brides?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, I have heard of that one.
Are you playing a basketball thing? What's going on in the... There's a weird thumping...
Oh, shit, sorry. I have football.
Football thing?
Soccer ball.
Soccer ball. That makes more sense. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Right. No, but oh shit, and I start kicking again. I'm walking around, when I talk. So,
I hear you. So if we look at Deuteronomy 21. What is it? 10, 21, 25, 19. What does he say? The female captives. Yeah, this is probably it. So this is, I think, a good example of how, your God does not care about consent. And this thing is really small. Okay. When you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. Now, in Hebrew times, there was no marrying. The concept of marriage doesn't exist in the Hebrew language. It's actually just more about who you want to have as your property as a wife. But and we'll even say that you desire them, want to marry. We'll take the text as it is. That's my understanding of it. Is that there's no concept of biblical marriage in Hebrew.
I am pretty sure that they actually had marriage, and I think Jesus, because I heard that Jesus was very.
That's a good question.
Critical of...
Hebrew has words for marriage, but has uses several. With Nisium for the general concept of wedding and Kedushin for the betrothal stage, both emphasizing holiness, while older texts use verbs like nasa to take, carry for the act. So nasa is probably what the people were thinking about when I've heard about this. to take or carry seems like not marriage. Reflecting different aspects of commitment from the sacred contract to the uplifting partnership. Wedding, marriage, ceremony. Why isn't the word marriage mentioned in the Bible? Strong Hebrew for marriage. Whatever I heard is a lie, apparently.
Okay.
Forget what I said. It doesn't matter. And so you bring her home to your house. She shall shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning for her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be your husband. She shall be your wife. But if you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free and certainly not sell her for money. You must not treat her as a slave, since you have dishonored her. So this entire section is about how when you are fighting people and you kill all the men and you see a lady that you like, you can take her. Nothing in here about consent. There's nothing about how you should what she gets to do, right? It's just like if you like her. Why did it change?
Yeah, I mean, they killed her husband, her probably family.
Yeah, and so maybe. If you like her, you can take her. No consent.
In war. I think
so
it's
do you
a
think
bit
if
more...
you think if you kill someone's husband, you can just take them and make them your bride?
I'm not sure what I would do in a war situation like that.
Yeah, your morals are dog shit. That's awful, dude. You would take somebody and rape them?
What? They didn't say that.
Oh, it says, I'm sorry. After that, you may go into her and be her husband. So that's the rape.
Go into her.
What do you think it means? What do you think that means?
I don't know. You usually marry before doing that.
But if you take somebody against their will, and then you go into them, and then you're her husband, and she's your wife, what do you think is happening here? Do you think this is marriage, or do you think this is capture and rape?
I don't know. Sounds like
hard to tell.
War rules.
So it's appropriate in war? Rape is appropriate? Like bridal slavery? Essentially sexual slavery?
I don't know. This I've heard this before. But
and you think you have better morals than I do? You think you have better objective morals than I do?
What was this? Wait.
It's wrong to do this to somebody. How do you not see that?
Where is this even in the Bible? Like,
this is in Deuteronomy.
Is this for the Christians or is this for?
It's in your Bible. It's for the Christians.
Is this for the?
All of God's words are. All of God's words are useful. 1 second. This is so frustrating when people say this shit. All of God's words are.
Is it in the Old Testament?
Doesn't matter.
Can you answer it or?
All scripture is inspired by God and is useful for teaching, for reproof, for correction, and for training in righteousness, so that the person of God may be proficient, equipped for every good work. So what good works do you think we're learning about? In Deuteronomy, it is in the Old Testament. It doesn't matter. Your God did it. He said it. You worship it. You have dog shit morals if you can't say this is wrong.
It doesn't say that I should use it, most likely.
What does that mean?
That it was probably for like the Israelites or something.
Okay. Do you think it's wrong to rape someone?
Do you
think it's wrong to rape someone? Do you think that rape is wrong?
Yes.
I wasn't really getting anywhere. I thought that laugh was going to be a no or something. So I dropped them, but that was going nowhere because they're not engaging. Like, I don't understand this whole, like, that's in the Old Testament. I don't have to follow it. We're talking about your objective morals. The thing that you're trying to school me on, I gave you, like, I can tell you right now, it's wrong. Yeah, I could take you back. Pingu, if you actually want to engage, like, explain to me why it's wrong. Why is rape wrong? If you're in war and you see someone that you like, do you think you should be able to take them and rape them? What do you think?
No, I shouldn't do that.
Okay, why do you think that?
Wait, you said if in war? Or
Yeah,
what
if
did
you were in war and you see a woman
Yeah.
that you like, should you take her and make her your bride?
Most likely not. It seems like a very
Most likely
low
not.
percentage.
What's the situation in which you think that would be acceptable?
Oh wait, no, not without the consent.
Right. So the actual question I asked you was, when you're in war and you see a woman you like, is it appropriate to take her and make her your bride?
No,
Okay. Why do you think that? What's the objective moral on this?
because I'm a Christian. I don't know. It's
Yes,
not
I don't
the
know why
same
you
law
believe this
for-
because you're a Christian, right? We're talking about this literal thing that God said is
this
fine. And you say, I don't agree with God here, but I don't know why. It's just that I'm a Christian, so I don't agree with my God. Like, I don't understand this line of reasoning.
But does it have to stand for me when the rule is not meant for me?
Uh-huh. So you think that God, it was appropriate for the Hebrew people, but not for you.
I guess so.
Right. That's
I
dog
didn't
shit,
make
right?
the
That's dog
laws.
shit. How is it objective? If it can change based on the system, if it can change based on the settings or the people that's doing it, how is it objective?
Well, since Jesus came.
So remember,
He
objective means
fulfilled.
that it stands independent. It means that it should never change. It's always the same. No one's idea of it should change. Nothing around it should make it different. So the idea of whether or not you can take a war bride, that should be like a yes or no thing. It should always be that objectively.
Well, not a lot of people weren't even Christians in the Bible until Jesus came. Like,
So it's appropriate to do this if they're not a Christian.
The thing is with the reason for, I'm not sure if it's Mosaic law, this one. I'm guessing it is. It was made so that the Jews would stand out as
rapists?
God's chosen people or something.
As rapists? As the crazy people that destroy cities, enslave them, and then take women and then rape them and make them... Like, that's how God's people stand out?
Also, I don't think that... I mean, it's hard with the Old Testament.
No, it's not. Leave it. Just drop it. Why you follow this?
Not for me. I'm not following that rule, am I?
No, you follow this religion. You came to me and told me you have objective morality because of your religion. I've shown you how you disagree with your own God. Why would you follow it? You don't have objective morals from your religion.
But Jesus came back and critiqued it, didn't he?
When did Jesus say have consent? When did Jesus say that you should just forget the old law? When did he say anything like that?
Okay, can we say something Jesus did say?
Go for it.
What about forgiving your enemies?
Mm-hmm.
What about forgiving people at all?
What about it?
Turning the other cheek.
What about it?
You know what I mean?
What about it? Seems like a non sequitur.
These teachings from Jesus.
Yeah, what does that have to do with consent?
You said he doesn't even mention it, so why do we even talk about it? He didn't mention, for example...
Okay, so you just want to move away from morals, or like what is the argument you're trying to make here?
For morals, no, I wanted to talk about Jesus because he's the most important. He's the biggest. For example, I'm not gonna side quest this, but I'm just gonna say that in Islam, the Quran is the biggest miracle. In the Bible, no, in Christianity, Jesus is the biggest miracle.
Okay.
And the most important, right?
So if I were to show you that Jesus cannot be the Messiah, what would you say to that?
Jesus cannot be the Messiah. I mean, if you obviously, I can't say anything about it if you say he's not, right?
What do you mean you can't say anything about it?
if you say he cannot be, what would I say to it? No, shit.
I mean,
What
if
do
I
do?
can show you scriptures that prove that Jesus is not the Messiah because he does not fulfill prophecy.
I guess it would be interesting.
It would be interesting. It wouldn't
But-
just destroy your worldview. Like,
No.
I don't understand. You people do not
But,
believe in this
I'm
God. You
wondering
don't
something.
believe in this God. Like, it's very clear.
I'm wondering. Wait, I'm wondering something. Do you like ignore that Christians have been for like hundreds of years at this? I mean, is it even thousands like years now? Been studying this book.
I don't ignore it. Do you take that as evidence that it's true?
Evidence that it's true. I mean,
Why'd you bring it up?
maybe not, but like I always after when I think back on these conversations,
Right.
it's like I find, okay, this is Mosaic law, and Mosaic law is not for Christians.
Well, but it is for prophecy, right? Jesus can't be Jesus without the Old Testament prophecies about the Messiah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Now, we moved
there was
on.
a
We
lot of
moved on
prophecy,
because
right?
you couldn't handle the morals. So we moved on to prophecy.
I mean, sure, you can just paint me like that, but like we didn't talk about all the morals.
Why do we need to talk about all the morals? I schooled you on the
If one
fucking
is-
consent. Like, what? I'm not going to waste my time about like turning the other cheek when you have no answer for whether you should rape women.
What I have an answer, but I think
It's not what
good enough.
God thinks. So I don't know why you have that. Like, you don't have an objective moral on this.
I believe there's somewhere in the Bible probably that does say that, but we can move on, I guess.
Hey, Patty Fogg. Patty Fogg in TikTok chat. I'm not sure if you're doing it, but no ableist language. I'm trying to cut it out, and I want to cut it out of my life.
That's great.
What were you saying? You want to do? Okay, so prophecies. Yeah. So if I were to show you, sorry, something that says Jesus has to be the Messiah because of this, and then I look at the Old Testament and I look at something like a prophecy in Jeremiah, and it says this is what the Messiah is like, and it's something that he cannot do. What does that mean for Jesus?
Let's see.
What does it mean for Jesus? You don't know?
If it's true, that he is not fulfilling a prophecy, then he's not fulfilling a prophecy, is he?
Yeah, that's circular. What does it mean? I'm trying to make sure how honest you are. Like, I don't think that you're honest. I don't want to waste my time.
No,
going
I'm just
over
not
stuff.
sure if you're gonna do it. Like,
I'm going to present
think
you an
you're just trying to
argument.
make me
Here's
look
how it's
bad.
going to go. I'm going to present you an argument. I'm going to show you how the New Testament says Jesus is Messiah because of this. I'm going to show you an Old Testament verse
Say
that
it.
says the exact opposite, that it cannot happen. And I need to know, when I show you this, what's going to happen? Because I think you're just going to say, well, scholars have looked at this for thousands of years. I don't really care about that, Pingu. Like, that's just appeal to, like, popularity or appeal to, like, authority or something. Like, I just need to know, like, how honest you are with this. How much do you want to actually
like
know the truth?
would they have missed it, you think?
I think that they probably would have just pushed it aside and said, I don't care. That's what every Christian does. If you have an answer to it, I'd love to hear it. We'll just do it. We'll do it.
I probably don't, so...
Yeah. No, you're like every Christian. So in Hebrews 7...
You're like a rapist, I guess.
In Hebrews 7, we have the priestly order of Melchizedek. This Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, met Abraham as he was returning from defeating the kings and blessed him, and to him Abraham apportioned 1/10 of everything. His name in the first place means king of righteousness. Next, he is also king of Salem, that is, king of peace, without father, without mother, without genealogy, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but resembling Son of God, and remains a priest forever. So they're saying Jesus is Melchizedek, king of Salem. See how great he is.
Jesus is what? You got up?
Melchizedek, king of Salem, that's what he's saying. This Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, he's quoting something from the Old Testament, right, to prove that he's saying Jesus is this. See how great he is. Even Abraham the patriarch gave him a tenth of the spoils, and those descendants of Levi who received the priestly office have a commandment in the law to collect tithes from the people, that is, from their kindred, though these also are descended from Abraham. But this man, who does not belong to their ancestry, collected tithes from Abraham and blessed him who received the promises. This is like kind of nonsense. Who cares? It's like story. It's beyond dispute that the inferior is blessed by the superior. In the one case, tithes are received by those who are mortal. In the other, by one of whom it is testified that he lives. One might even say that Levi himself, who receives tithes, paid tithes, for he was still in the loins of the ancestor when Melchizedek met him. So he's trying to show a lineage to Melchizedek for Jesus, another priest like Melchizedek. Now, if perfection had been attainable through the Levitical priesthood, for the people received the law under this priesthood, what further need would there have been to speak of another priest arising according to the order of Melchizedek, rather than one according to the order of Aaron? For when there is a change in the priesthood, there is necessarily a change in the law as well. Now, the one of whom these things are spoken belonged to another tribe, from which no one has ever served at the altar. It is evident that the Lord was descended from Judah, and in connection with that tribe, Moses had nothing but priests. Even more obvious, when another priest arises resembling Melchizedek, one who has become a priest, not through a legal requirement concerning physical descent, but through the power of an indestructible life, it's attested of him, you are a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. So it's really emphasizing that Jesus is in the line of Melchizedek, and he's not in the line of the Levites. I thought there was even one in here that said there will be no more Levites, but for it is fitting that we should have such a high priest, holy, blameless, undefiled, separated from sinners, and exalted above the heavens. Unlike the other high priests, he has no need to offer sacrifices day after day, first for his own sins and then for those of the people. This he did once for all when he offered himself. For the law appoints as high priests humans who are subject to weakness, but the word of the oath, which came later than the law, appoints a son who has been made perfect forever. Do we agree that this is saying that Jesus is of the line of Melchizedek and there will be no more sacrifices because of Jesus?
So if you say that shortly, what does that mean? That feels like rap god.
Right. So do you think this is saying Jesus is of the line of Melchizedek and there'll be no more sacrifices? Here he says, unlike other high priests, he has no need to offer sacrifices day after day, first for sins, him and then the people. He did this once for all when he offered himself. Those are the 2 points.
I should wait. I don't understand.
Chat, did I go too fast? Like, I've looked at this a couple times, so for me, it's kind of like here, but I don't know if I'm going too fast. So in Hebrews 7, they're talking about how there's a priest out of the line of Melchizedek and that there'll be no more sacrifices, and that is Jesus. Do we agree on this point? Well, we'll move on. You're stun locked.
What? Stun locked? Oh, it was my battery, sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, you seem unable to respond, is the thing. So in Jeremiah 33, there is a prophecy about the Messiah that says, for thus says the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. This destroys Jesus, because Jesus is not of the Levitical line, right? He's of the Melchizedek line. There's no reason to believe that they would supersede it. And it says there will be burnt offerings, grain offerings, and sacrifices for all time. And Hebrews says that Jesus was the final sacrifice. There's no more. So this is a prophecy about the Messiah that Jesus cannot fulfill.
Can you tell me the line?
Sorry, this is Jeremiah 33, 17 through 18. Jeremiah 33, 17 to 18.
17.
Also, I've never run this chat, so let me know if I'm right on this. It feels like the final nail in Jesus's hands. I don't know how nobody's running this. This seems like just run this.
Just run this?
As an argument, yeah. Like this argument seems like a huge nail. Well, I think the problem is that like Christians can't listen for more than a couple seconds, so you had like some trouble with keeping up with the Melchizedek and the thing. But
no, I just haven't heard it before. but I wrote it down so I can look it up.
Okay. Yeah, if you find an answer to this, I'd love to know it. If it's that there's some kind of spiritual offerings or whatever, I don't care. That doesn't make any sense. Like anything that's like outside of the text is just like not convincing to me, because the text is really clear about what the Messiah is going to do, and Jesus can't do it.
Can I ask you a question about harm reduction?
Okay.
'Cause this is kind of, I thought about this before, like, say if I meet a girl and like we hit it off, it goes really well, and we do stuff that would be considered sin in the Bible. You understand?
Sex or just?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, stuff like that.
It's not a bad word.
I'm just not sure if I can say it on TikTok.
Oh yeah, I think you could say anything on my live. It's fine.
Then like one of us just like cuts the other person off, like just ghosts them.
Okay.
Doesn't that like? I mean, and it also happens a lot nowadays when
like a one night stand, or like where somebody and there's ghosting. It's like a one night stand and then somebody ghosts the other person.
Something like that, or like something that goes very short, you know.
Sure. I've had relationships.
Doesn't that cause harm?
No, not necessarily. I mean, like, I think that it's wrong to ghost people. That person's causing harm. I don't think the shortness of a relationship has anything to... Like, this is just a scenario. Like, I'm not really sure what's the moral question.
Whoa, you're cutting out.
What's the moral question in this? I'm not sure what the actual question is.
Well, I mean, I just asked, like, does that not create harm? Like, having, for example, like too many short-term relationships. For
Why?
example.
What's the harm?
Well, it's going to be harder for people to connect if you have sex with, like, say 150 people. You're gonna have a really hard time to connect.
Okay,
like,
I think I get what you're saying.
With a person.
So I think this comes down to like intentions as a person, right? So I'm polyamorous. I'm married, but I'm not sexually active with my partner because we both transition and I'm not interested in men. So we both are polyamorous and we both have, multiple partners. I have a partner that's kind of just a friends with benefits. We don't get along. We get along pretty well. We have really good sex. And she is a lot younger than me, so like we don't really have a lot of shared interests. But like we kind of understand our relationship. Sorry?
Are you both transitioners?
She's not trans. That doesn't really. What is the difference?
You said you're. I don't know, man. Oh, sorry.
So I have a partner, and she and I, we have good sex. We watch movies together. We hang out. We send Snapchats, but like we know our relationship. She has what it's known as like a nesting partner, the person that you're with primarily. So these relationships work outside of like your strict binary of man and woman, marriage thing. The harm comes from when you don't understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. So the scenario you're painting is somebody that's like probably like really sexist. They're like, I just want to have sex. That's their main goal. And that's harmful because that's not a good thing to want. Like, it's like it's too much. And like, if you're not caring about other people's feelings in service of getting that sex, then yeah, you're going to cause harm.
But
so that's the moral line.
Yeah. But how do you actually deal with that then? Like, you say it shouldn't be about sex that much.
No, I'm saying like if you're doing it at the point of someone else's feelings, that you're just like ghosting people and you're just like using them like property, that's not good, obviously. Like, it's just that's going to cause harm to the other person.
Yeah. I mean, but it sounds very risky to do that. Like,
why is it? So Tell me why
For
having
ugly
multiple
feelings.
partners would lead me to doing this. Like it doesn't. You're making like a leap of logic that this sort of like thing is just
Well,
something that happens if you have more than one partner. It doesn't mean anything. The length of relationship, you might just not hit it off. You might have sex and you're like, you know what, that was fun, but like we both, we don't have enough in common, so let's cut ties. Like these things don't like. There's no soul that's getting impacted or something. You're just doing a thing.
how do you know that? Like, it could change.
I see no evidence that anything else is happening.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I see
So
no
it
harm in
could
it.
change.
What's the harm?
Jealousy, for example, could happen.
Jealousy could happen.
Right.
That
I mean,
could
isn't
happen.
that like a big
Jealousy
deal?
can happen at any time for any reason. Like that has nothing to do with like just sex. You have to be just a mature person, a mature sexual partner. Listen, Ping, you're making a lot of noise with the soccer ball again, and we've been talking for a little bit. So I think I'm going to go to the next guest. Okay.
Okay. Have a blessed night.
Okay. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
All right, everyone. Tap the screen to share. Okay, gotcha. Tap the screen. Subscribe. I have memberships. I have Discord. I have Patreons. I have Cash Apps. I have all that stuff. And I appreciate all the support that everyone's given me. We'll go to our next guest in just a moment. And with that, we'll go to our very next guest. Hey, Dor, are you over 18? And what's your religion?
Oh, hey, how are you? Yeah, I'm over 18. I'm a Christian.
Great. What do you want to talk about?
No, I've been listening for a bit. Just wanted to kind of like clarify on what you and the fella that was up here spoke about the I think it's Deuteronomy, I think, about the war captives and stuff like that.
Oh, sure. Okay, one second. Let me get that back up. Yeah, so what do you want to say about that? Should we go over it again, or what did you want to say about it? Door? Hello?
Hello. Sorry, I've just moved into a new house and like my Wi-Fi is like horrible.
Oh, okay.
I literally moved in like yesterday.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, so it's like really bad. So I'm so sorry if I keep cutting out. If it gets too much, you can just drop me anytime if it's too much. I understand.
George just came up to kick a soccer ball. It is kind of funny because you have the PFP with the soccer ball, and the last guest was kicking the soccer ball. Fun. Okay, yeah. So you want to talk about the Deuteronomy verse about the war brides? What did you want to say about it?
Yeah, no, I was just kind of saying that no, like it doesn't actually tell you to rape, obviously to rape women, or like you were saying earlier.
Okay, what's the intent of the verses?
So obviously, because so in back in the days of the like the modern Jewish time, you know, there was a lot of like pagan worshippers who basically would sacrifice kids in idolatry and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And basically God kind of gave them time to repent and get away from those sort of things, right? And what would happen is that God would give you, you know, time to basically stop, I guess, doing things that go against his law. And then if that keeps happening, then he would then, you know, command judgment on you. But unfortunately, at the time when, you know, there used to be ancient wars, whenever like men would basically, you know, kill or take over an army, they'll usually take those women as like, you know, they're sex slaves and all sort of things. Obviously, you know, as you know, the world is so corrupt. And so basically then God brought this law to kind of, you know, stop people from doing that. And so that's why then with the Israelites, he changed with them by telling them that if this is to happen, then you can't just rape a woman. Rather, you can't do that. You know, if then a woman has not be with a husband, you must then marry her as a husband, be a husband to her, and give her a marital right because she deserves that, right? Rather, and
where
also
do you see
if
that
you
verse?
were to leave her like that,
You're saying a lot. You're making claims.
Sorry?
Where does it say any of this?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, all the stuff you're saying is not here.
The verse, right? Okay. First of all, I'll read this for you. I'll read this as it says, right? That when you go to war, it says, and if you supposedly see a captive as a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry, right? I guess number one, there you can't rape if you desire to marry a woman, as it
Why
says
not?
that whom you desire.
Do you think you can
and
rape
want
your
to
wife?
marry,
Do you think
right?
you can rape a wife? If you're married to someone, can you rape them?
Yes, I do believe you can. I do believe you can.
Right.
But here's not telling you to rape it, is it?
I'm sorry?
Because because I'd say yeah, I do believe someone can rape their wife for sure.
Right.
But
So it doesn't matter that it says that they want to
because-
marry them. That doesn't matter to the topic at hand. The point is that there's no consent given at all.
Yeah. So I understand what you're trying to say. Because so I'll give you another thing because in the same book of Deuteronomy, right? Men are actually killed for raping women. The same book that you're quoting this from.
Right. But in a wartime,
rape a woman,
is it different?
No, it's not different because you're not allowed. I mean, you're not allowed. Basically, if this was telling you to rape a woman, that would actually mean that God Himself has contradicted Himself by saying rape her, but then yet if you rape her, you're killed in the same breath.
Where's the verse that says that raping a woman is all? So there are verses that say if a woman cries out in the city and is heard, then it's rape. But if a woman doesn't cry out and she's in the city and could be heard, then it's not rape. So I think that in this case, you don't have such a leg to stand on, but it doesn't really matter because this is not about rape specifically. It's about consent. My main point is about consent. Is there anything in here that says that a woman has to consent to being the bride, to marrying?
Well, not entirely.
Not at all.
As you say that,
not
right?
at all. Show me anything. Say not entirely.
Okay,
That's a lie. Say not at all.
Not entirely. No, I don't say not at all.
Oh, where
Because
does
why
it
I
show
say
any
this-
consent?
why
Where
I
does it
say
show
this-
any consent?
Okay. Because I think the context of the situation is very important to
The context is that you've
right?
captured
Because-
people, right? The context is capturing. What do you think capturing means?
that's not that. No. Well, I can just read anything and just be like, what does that mean, right? You must actually understand what's going on here.
Explain
And
it
what's
to
going
me.
on is the ancient time. Yeah, I can explain if you give me a bit of time.
All right.
What we have to understand is that as the fallen world was living, there was a lot of wars that was happening in the time, right? And these wars meant that many women who lost their husbands became widows. They were actually, sold into slavery and became sex slaves and all these things. And God was basically, as He was trying to command judgment on this nation, He told the Israelites to not do as the idolatrous and as the pagans did by turning women into tools, right? Rather than that because obviously these women and children that would be left from the wars, they would be put back into the Israelites community and have the rights like the Israelites because they're innocent, right? But that means then also they have the right to be married. And so if you do desire a woman, just like in the olden days, I'd actually give you an example from my country. I'm actually from South Sudan. I don't know if you've heard of that country. And so obviously there, if you want to marry a woman, right? If you desire to marry a woman, you go through to their family and then you try to basically, if you desire, you try to go marry her the right way, and you marry her. It's not usually like I wouldn't really say it's like how we do it in the Western world, how you get to know somebody, text them and call them, get to know them for years and all that. It's not really like that's more like traditional.
Yeah, it's really
very
less
old
about
school.
consent, right? There's really not as much consent involved.
Well,
Do you think
it's
consent is
like-
important?
it's
Do you
like
think
this.
consent is
You wouldn't
important,
really say
caller?
it's not consent.
Gus, do you think consent is important?
I do think consent is important.
Can you define it?
Yes, for sure.
Can you
I do
define it
believe
for
so.
me?
I do believe. I agree with you.
Can you define consent?
Consent.
Yeah.
Consent is not doing something against the will of somebody, right? Meaning that they must want to do what you want to do with it.
Yeah, and you have to be informed.
Right.
You have to be fully informed, so you don't have any like secret marriages or
Yes.
anything like that, right? So fully informed consent. That's that's the goal that we're looking for.
Right.
We're trying to find fully informed consent as an objective moral from God. And what I see here is you can take people captive, and if you see a woman you desire and you want to marry her, you can take her home. She's going to shave her head so that so that she's I think it's that she can't use her hair in some way against you. Pare her nails so that she can't scratch you with her nails. Discard captives, guard, remain in your house a full month. So she gets a month off.
No, that's not the reason you
Then
can
after
cut
that,
your
you
nails.
can go into her. What do you think going into her means?
Can I just answer a few things you said right before that?
Sure, go for it. Let's review the
She
text.
doesn't cut her nails, so she. Right. Yeah. She
So let's
doesn't
start,
cut
let's
her
start with the
nails so
captives,
that,
right?
so that she doesn't.
What do you think it means that they're captive and you see a captive among the women? What do you think that means?
Well, when you take, because obviously captives mean they become the belongings of your nation.
Right,
That's
they're
what it
property.
means, yes.
They're like property.
But they're not, because he explains as he goes. If you read the whole thing, if you stop at one word, then you can be like, all right, that's what I mean. But you have to read the whole thing.
I just want to make sure that we're just going slow. We're reading the whole thing. Gus, we're going slowly because you want to skip over the hard parts. Do you understand?
I'm not, bro. I actually want to face the hard parts, but I want to face the hard parts of the whole text.
This is a hard part.
No, I don't.
This is a hard part you don't want to speak to.
No,
when you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. What do you think this is describing? I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Sorry, it's just cutting out my days. Come on.
Wait, what did Tilting Windmill say?
Hey,
sorry. Okay. I thought you were saying Tilting Windmill said something wild and gross. I'm sorry. What's up, Dor?
Oh no, I was like trying to talk. I was like frustrated myself because of my Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah.
No, So you just said when you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captives. Obviously, this is talking about the whole nation that you're going out in the war against, right? Not just the woman, right? The whole nation, right?
Yeah. The first verse is verse is about the nation that you're gone to war with, and why did it do that? Oh my gosh.
I thought that was my screen. I was like, wait, what's happening to my screen?
Sorry. Yeah, so this part is about you're going to war and you have captives, right? And then you see among them a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. Does this have anything to do with what she wants? So far,
not really.
Any mention of that?
Not really. No.
Yeah, so it's whatever they desire and want to marry. So, and so you bring her home to your house. Where is the part where she consented?
Okay, let me answer that for you. So you know what you're actually missing. If you do a bit of studying about the ancient wars, actually, if they kill those husbands or those men, right, from that nation, and they leave those women there, believe it or not, they actually are going to starve of starvation. They will probably be taken by other nations and turned to sex slaves and be sold into slavery.
So consent doesn't matter. If somebody's in a poor situation that you put them in, consent doesn't matter. That's kind of the point.
No, it's not about consent here. You're actually helping them.
It is about consent. It is about consent. I think you seem to have forgotten the point of the conversation, Dor. It's funny. It's been about that the whole time.
No, because you know how you keep talking about consent?
I do know how I keep talking about consent because it's the point of the conversation.
Yeah.
It's my argument.
Yeah, let me answer that for you. Yeah, the funny thing about what you're saying is that the way of the 21st century, right? How you seem consent, and especially in the Western world, right? The consent is not the same in.
So you don't believe in consent. So you're telling me you don't believe in consent.
I believe. If you give me 30 seconds uninterrupted, you know what I'm trying to say. I fully believe in consent. I fully agree.
I'll give you more time. You just keep tying the rope. Keep tying the rope.
Yeah, but you're not letting me finish. You keep jumping over me, and then I'm not able to finish what I'm trying to say. Then you obviously take me out of context. I agree with you that consent is necessary. I agree with you that consent is for all times. I agree with you. But take it from me. I'm somebody who's lived both worlds, right? The Western world and kind of like a village kind of lifestyle. And so that being said, consent is necessary, but consent is different in different places and different traditions and different cultures. I'm going to tell you, the way you see consent.
No, you're wrong. So I had you define consent, right? And we talked about it. We said that consent is informed and that you have to be willing entirely. We talked about it. We defined it. And now you're telling me, actually, it's different for different cultures. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. I don't know why I should believe that. I don't know why I should care. And I don't know why you follow a God that is of the opinion that consent doesn't matter at all. There's no consent here. If you want to make a case that there is consent here, you're going to have to convince me that you know what it is. I've invited you to unmute your microphone. I'm sorry I yelled at everyone like that, did the noise. Just really frustrated. Yeah, you're free to talk.
Hello. Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, sorry. That's fine. You know what? Even if you go on Google right now and if you just type in, is consent different according to different
Define
cultures
consent.
or traditions?
So consent is the permission for something to happen or agreement to do something, right? Do you think that's different
I
in
know,
different
but
cultures?
My point. Yeah, but my point, Sarah, my point is this here.
Right, you think it's relative. I understand your point, Dor. I'm not stupid like you. Your point is that consent is relative, and I disagree. Prove that it is.
Okay, so I guess that's your personal opinion, right? That doesn't mean I'm wrong, because clearly you.
I'm so tired of these fucking people. Sorry I did the slur. Inappropriate to call you stupid. I just don't understand how this is going on for so long. The merry-go-round, like I want to get off. What is motivating this guy? Exactly. Why is this a hill they want to die on? Yeah, so the other day, like I looked it up, an insinuation or allegation about someone that is likely to insult them or damage their reputation. So I've realized that I shouldn't say those sorts of things. It's ableist, and I don't think it's fair to do. So I consider it a slur now. Misogyny is his motivation. I agree. Commandment 13, for fuck's sake, stop putting cilantro in everything. Thanks to hear. Yeah, I've had to think about this a lot because it's just so easy. It's a thing that culturally is very accepted. But I've excised other words and language from my vocabulary. I'm totally fine with it. What I want to do is I want to replace it with something like "you're ridiculous" or your position is wrong. Those are arguments. Those are actual like things that are true that I can back up. This particular area may just be cognitive dissonance. Don't know why you get so pissed. Oh, I'm sorry, Pingu. Like, I know that consent doesn't matter to men at all. But that's the issue. Yeah, outrageous is a good one. Wow. I don't know how anybody can listen to that and not be a little bit upset that somebody's saying like, well, consent is different. Ignorance a good one, yes. Is Jesus lost again? Use longer nails. The question isn't if consent changes across cultures, it's whether they value consent or not. That's exactly it. I have a way of looking at consent that if you disagree with it, we can talk about it. Maybe I'm wrong. You can change my mind on it, but it's not going to be changed by saying, well, some people think differently. I don't care. Hey, are you over 18 and are you a Christian?
Yes, hello. I'm 23. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ.
Awesome. What do you want to talk about?
Wait, so what is your argument?
I have a ton of different arguments. The background is about how I think that Christianity is a cult, that I think that it's good to leave it because it's harmful for individuals and for society. But we can talk about any aspect of Christianity you want.
Okay, so you were a former Christian and you thought it was a cult, right?
Not when I was a Christian. I didn't think it was a cult. But yeah, I was a Christian.
Okay, so same old, same old condition, deconstruction atheists. You were in the spirit of religion. That's why you deconstructed.
Not interested in a conversation, just in the meta. your own little
No, I'm
narrative.
just saying facts.
That's called poisoning the
Repent.
well. Why don't we talk about
Repent.
the actual topic?
Okay, so what do you want to talk about?
I think that you're in a cult and you should leave it. Why do you think you should stay in Christianity?
Okay, so what is the benefit of me so-called leaving faith? Name them.
Well, you'd be able to make good moral decisions that are not based on archaic, like biblical teachings that don't actually lead you towards anything
Okay,
good.
okay. So according to the Bible, if I were to leave the faith,
Mhm.
I would be, putting aside, living through the Spirit, which is love, patience, kindness, and forgiveness. And if I were to be leaving the faith, I would just be pleasing my flesh. So
You
that
don't
would
think you
be,
can do that without Christianity?
disregarding the real things. Are you living in your spirit or flesh?
I don't believe there is a spirit, so I guess my flesh. I don't know what that means. The question's nonsensical
Okay,
to me.
so are you living through the fruits of the Spirit?
Nope. I don't believe that there are fruits of the Spirit. I understand what
Okay.
you're referring to. I just don't know what it has to do with leaving Christianity. It's all fake. Just leave it. You can still have good morals and values and do good
so
things. None of this is related to the actual claim that it's a cult. You should leave it.
You are living in the flesh. So would you say that you are happy in life?
Yeah, pretty happy.
No, you're not. Don't lie.
Oh, okay. You know me better than me, I guess. So do you want to tell me why I'm not
Yes.
happy?
Okay, so first off, you were apparently confused about your gender.
Interesting.
That's one thing.
You're confused about God. Do you want to talk about the actual discussion?
Well,
Do you think that consent's
God
important?
did some. God actually, me going to faith actually,
Yeah,
to,
that's great. Do you think consent is
delivered me
important?
from, masturbation and
I love it.
pornography, and so
Amazing.
and so
You've been
that is
saved.
one thing that
Is
happened to
consent
me,
important
and
though?
so
Like how
2
you
years
treat
free,
women is how you treat women important?
2 years free actually.
Wow, amazing.
And according to
Is consent important?
the Bible, living in the Spirit, you are supposed to, treat all well. You know what I'm saying? As Jesus Christ, as the role model, you're supposed to treat women well. You're not supposed to be a Pharisee.
Where's
etc.
where's the verse about treating women well?
Have you not heard of the story of the Pharisee, clowning the woman that was a whore? Jesus said, "Oh no,
The adulterous
who
woman?
among you is
The
perfect?
adulterous woman, not a
Cast the first
whore.
stone."
The fuck is that language? Not a
Ye-
whore. The
Well,
adulterous woman.
who among you is perfect? Cast the first stone. But none of them were perfect, and so Jesus taught
What does it have to do with
forgiveness.
treating women well?
Did you not listen to the story about Jesus forgiving the
So
woman
not
and treating her
murdering
well?
people for having sex is treating them well?
Did you not hear the story of what I just said about treating women well? You said
I
women.
didn't hear anything about how you should treat women well. What is the verse that says
Okay,
treat
I'm not
women
gonna.
well?
I'm not gonna waste my time. I don't have the patience for this, which is something with the fruit of
Clear.
Spirit. Just repent.
Why doesn't the Spirit give you the patience? Interesting. I'm willing to look at the verse. I don't know why why it's so hard for them. I mean, I do know it's a cognitive dissonance. It's really hard to deal with this nonsense. Hey, Richard Beggs, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Are you a Christian?
I am. I don't, but I follow the teachings and believe in Jesus Christ and like the God that he describes.
Okay. Why would you do that?
Because it's the most likely conclusion. Like, where does consciousness come from? Would be my question to you that you like seem to have some answer to.
It's emergent from the brain.
No.
Oh, just no. What's
Why-
your
why would you
what's your
think
explanation?
What's my explanation?
Yep.
Can you observe yourself? Is that a possibility? Can you observe your thought? Because if it was emergent in the brain, how would that be possible? As an example.
I'm not sure I'm following. Maybe I don't get it. Consciousness seems to only exist within our brains. When we are consciousness goes away, right? When we sleep, when we're on drugs, that changes. Like we can change our brain and our personalities change. It seems to all be related to the brain. I don't know why I would believe it's outside of it.
Why do you think it's not equally plausible that the energy signature is the origin of consciousness?
I have no idea what that means.
You can't tell me how neurons
I have no idea what that means.
We don't understand this mechanism that you claim.
You're the one that came up asking about consciousness. I've shown you that it comes out of the brain because we can affect it through the brain. And there's what else? What other evidence do you have that it's not within the brain? I think you went off or something. I couldn't hear you.
I guess you haven't given me evidence that it is with. You've said like,
really?
Yeah, neurons
the things
fire,
that I just told you.
Why do they fire? What makes them choose
Were you
to fire?
I didn't say anything about neurons firing.
Physical reality.
You're having a conversation with somebody else. Guess you're having a conversation with somebody else. I didn't say anything about neurons firing. I said that we can affect our consciousness through drugs, through how we change our brain. You can physically change the brain and it will change your personality. These things lead me to believe that it's deeply connected to the brain. When people die, I don't see anything leaving. I don't see where it goes. You haven't given me any evidence of the contrary, that it's outside of the brain. So please, I've invited you to unmute. You can respond to the things I've said instead of making up your own things. By the way, Ali and Twitch, I'm sorry, I don't think I've even said hi to you. Thank you so much. I've seen all your messages. I've just been talking to people, and it's been hard to talk to anybody. Okay, you back? Hello? Right. So I think that consciousness is relegated to the brain. Why should I believe it's not?
Stem cells would be a reason that I believe that you can reset what you were programmed to be back to a potential, and that potential can create you in your image. Sounds a lot like a story from 2,000 years ago, does it not? Like, what about the Bible?
Well,
have you disproven?
I mean, it sounds like word salad. I have no idea what that meant. Gus, do you ever see like somebody?
Maybe
do you need medication?
To understand what I'm saying. Seems to be true.
Sorry for the confusion. What specific? So I can explain it better.
Through ChatGPT. Look, whatever is going on with you, I don't think it's good. You should seek help. Or don't talk to ChatGPT to lead you to believe. Another part of the script I wrote in my head about my imaginary version of what you think. Exactly. Thanks, Ali. Never feel that I need to call out hi, but I like to say hi to people. My judgment will come around. Oh, okay. I'm sure that it will. Tap the screen to share the live. Let every non-believer find a path with you to fill them. Oh, Christians. Sweet, innocent Christians. It's funny. That's one of the problems with the religion. Really, is like how, yeah, ChatGPT is a confirmation bias trending because I can't even trust it for anything. Like, I like it for programming and things that like I kind of already know about, but I've been using it a bit to try to like go over biblical stuff. And because of the way the internet is, and that it's hoovered up all this information, and there's so much information from Christians on the internet, it has a particular view that is very hard to get to, like to get it to cut out, because it's just an overwhelming amount of nonsense online. It's the same thing when you try to Google search. It's the same thing with everything. Ake, thank you for the floating heart. It's the same thing with all this stuff, right? You have to understand like how to search. Yeah, Christian slot predictor. Like, I was trying to figure out, somebody yesterday in my live said that, what do you call it? In Genesis, God says that on the day you eat of the fruit, you'll die. I was arguing that it says very specifically on the day that it says die. It's not a spiritual death. And then somebody said that it is, and that there's evidence for it in other Hebrew texts that the word is used as like this spiritual thing. And I was like, okay, well, now at this point, like I've hit a point of like, I've heard Christian scholars, or I've heard scholars and Jewish scholars say this to me. So I believed them because they're scholarly. Now I have a person on my live saying, I know Hebrew, and I have no idea how to prove them wrong. And they're saying, well, that's not what it says. And so I was like, oh, I got to figure out how I can figure out the truth here. And so I went to ChatGPT or Gemini or something and asked it about it. And it gave me answers that just seemed very Christian. It was just like, it's a spiritual death, and here's some Talmudic writings about it. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I just don't know what to say about this. So I went to the Bible guy to ask about it. He seemed pretty sure. And then he referred me to a Bart Ehrman book about heaven and hell. So I'm going to look into that. That's my next goal, is to get this Bart Ehrman book. And then I'm going to read about, hopefully it'll talk about this. Most all AI chatbots are just scanning words. It doesn't know anything about the subject, just an algorithm for words and structure words. Exactly. Yeah, so far, but exactly. That's why it's really hard. You have to just kind of know it's a search engine. Kat, are you able to come up? I'd love to have a conversation. I know that the background is a little it's purposefully sort of antagonizing. TikTok has a very hard time putting out the ones that are like, I want to have a discussion. The thing I really want to do is I really want to talk about the prophecies. My autocomplete waifu said that I'm the first one who made her feel truly alive, though. So, like, there are a number of reasons why Christianity doesn't make sense and why I can't go back to it, right? So, if you were to prove to me, like, you're like, hey, there's a God, and I'll show you it or whatever, and like, we find a God, and it's like, great. I'd be like, okay, cool, so there's a God. Why is it the Christian God? And then we look at a number of issues, right? From like historical issues. I can always come back. I just don't see any reason to do so. So angry. Why are you so angry, Kat? I'm sorry you're angry, Kat. Don't let things anger you like this. It's just a discussion. But yeah, prophecy is my favorite topic. I know Justin does a lot of, I think somebody earlier said that Justin has run this Jeremiah one before in the Hebrews, but I've seen him do a lot of general prophecy stuff. And the amount of times you have to listen to him read Isaiah. For a little while, the projection from Kat is off the chart. Do you ever what do you call it? There's a song that we used to sing at church about what is it called? I don't know what it's called. It's the one about behold he comes riding on the clouds. Jesus actually fulfilled Isaiah 53. Isaiah 53 and Isaiah 7. No Christians are responding to the horrible passage I'm putting up. They got nothing. They don't have anything. Ask ChatGPT how to refute this religious claim. Going back to the lie, impossible unless you think it's true. There's nowhere to go back to. Yeah. He kind of was forced to be in church as a kid and now hates it. Who's he? Pingu? You? So like, look up. You can always come back. I don't see anything else from you, Pingu. I don't know what you're talking about. Perhaps it was not posted. Sometimes TikTok doesn't always post the comments. It's annoying. Yeah. So the song, Days of Elijah. You got it exactly. That's it. These are the days of Elijah. Yeah. So like whenever Justin reads that verse, it's like that song gets stuck in my head so badly. Oh, I didn't see your thing, Pingu. I'm sorry. Your brother used to have to go to church and now he hates it. I used to love going to church. My family were atheists, or at least kind of like uncaring about the religion. But I, got saved in the 8th grade and I loved going to church. I got away from my family, saw all my friends there. We were singing and dancing. I thought God was real. I can definitely understand why people would dislike church, though. Especially depending on the one. I went to a few different ones that I didn't like. I went to some that were like really heavy on the tithing, I thought that was really bad. I've hated the fucking garbage music since I was a kid. Sorry, Sakabisi, I'm an idiot. I liked it a lot. I'm like I don't know, an idiot. I like I like folk music a lot, I think. Holy shit, shut the fuck up. Why do you disbelieve? So I disbelieve primarily I lost faith because God didn't show up. That's pretty much what it is. I realized the cracks in my own relationship. The relationship didn't exist. The lyrics are insane, but some gospel music slaps. Yeah, so like when I realized that the thing I thought was going on wasn't what I thought it was, and God wasn't showing up like I thought he would, I stayed with it for a lot longer, thought that it was still true, that I just misunderstood something or that something was wrong with my relationship, whatever. I was expecting God to have a relationship with me. Great Christian death metal. Yeah, I liked quite a few bands. I was really into ska. A lot of Christian ska music. But like once I got away from the people of the religion and made my way out into the world, the evil world, and I met more people, I read more things, I had different perspectives. I realized a lot of the stuff that I believed from the church that I thought was actually good was bad. And then when I actually looked into it, it was just like, oh, there's nothing here. How does it get you closer to God? I don't know what that means. By praying every day, you got closer to God. What does that even mean? Like, it's just a feeling. It has nothing to do with reality. Oh my God, yes, Five Iron Frenzy is so good. I like Five Iron Frenzy still. Fucking good band. Pinky, do you want to come up and we could talk about these things in person again? I know you were already up, but nobody in the box. Yeah, it is very obviously manipulative music. Yep, OC Supertones. By praying every night, I can get closer to the unicorn living in Alpha Centauri. How? Don't ask. Ken believed that the Catholic Church claim that it seriously investigates miracles. Spoiler, it doesn't. I am back. I've been back for a little bit. You missed some wild calls if you weren't there for them. Everyone felt like a brand dead drone when they were chanting. My church was not like that. My church was evangelical, non-denominational. We were crazy. Hey, Chef, how's it going? What?
I just wanted to talk about some heresy. Heresy that I've observed in my time in the kitchen. I'm talking, of course, beans and chili. To the front, to no, that's all I got, man. Dude, sorry. Fam.
Are you running?
Shit.
Are you running? Can't back up your claims?
Well, I guess culinarily speaking, there's an argument to be made both ways, but actually, chili is slow cooked meat in some kind of red or brown sauce.
Okay. So, hey, Pingu. Welcome up. Dan, do you want to hang out, or do you want to? Were you just filling time?
Hello.
I might lose service in a second. I am currently traveling, so I'll call back when I get to my destination.
Okay.
Right. Bye.
How's it going, Pingu?
Yo, I'm doing good. I got some schoolwork I'm doing a bit.
All right.
Or I did.
What are you studying?
I'm studying to become I'm going to become a programmer, but then I'm also just finishing my electrician, like kind of to get a degree in that.
Yeah, I am. My career is usually as programming, but I've been out of work for a little while. But
what kind of programmer were you?
Web developer, Ruby on Rails.
Okay, web developer. Isn't that like front end and back end?
Yeah, both. I did full stack. So usually I categorize myself as a software engineer, but like I think that's kind of like highfalutin sounding.
I'm becoming a full stack.
Okay, yeah, it's fun. I love it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, but I have to go to school for like 2 years more.
Yeah, I was really fortunate. I just knew a little bit about programming and through PHP. And then I was working at a small place, and their local programmer left, and so he was like, the bosses were like, if you can learn on the job, here's a book, and you can learn how to do Rails. You can just work on our internal site. So that's what I've been doing. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. That's something in common.
Yeah. Yeah. So what did you want to talk about? We were talking about a bit about my experience, I guess, with Christianity and leaving it.
I mean, yeah, it's a little interesting. Like you said, you really believed in God, and then just seems like you just stopped.
It wasn't like I just stopped. It was like a really gradual process of like a few. I can think of a few instances where it was kind of like, if you imagine that there's like this. I think it's kind of like cognitive dissonance. You have this shield of cognitive dissonance around you where you're like, I don't want to know what's going on outside of me. I don't need to hear it. But sometimes arrows get through. Sometimes people say things and you're like, wait a second, that lands. That doesn't make sense. So the first thing was in high school, I had like this is going to sound like a church hurt thing. It's not really church hurt. It's that I had some friends that disconnected from me, and I was trying to go to God to figure out how to fix this. I felt really bad. I was like, I don't know if it's like that I want to get back to them or whatever it is, but you need to do something, like solve the situation. Nothing changed. It just was like, okay, now I don't have these friends anymore. There was no resolution. There was no relationship with God on this moment, right? So I realized I realized at this point that I can't go to God when I have a problem. I can't rely on him to solve it, even if it's a relationship issue. The thing that I thought God was good for he doesn't respond. And so I was like, okay, if God's not going to respond to me, I'm not going to spend so much time like trying to, worship or pray to him. I'm going to keep on my same path of being a Christian and doing the right thing. But like, he doesn't seem to be interested in me. So for whatever reason, we're not talking. So that was the first thing. And that was near the end of high school. And then later, somebody mentioned to me how you can feel the Holy Spirit at a secular rock concert where people are smoking weed and doing stuff. You go to a satanic concert or whatever. If they play the right kind of music and they have the right kind of vibe, you can feel the things you feel at church. I was like, that's interesting. That doesn't seem like that makes sense. God shouldn't want to be there. And so this was like another arrow that got through that was like, okay, so the feelings that I felt are not necessarily God, and I think that they are. And then I start looking at all of the writings, the prophecies don't line up, nothing makes sense. And it's just like, oh, this is all just in my head. This is all feelings that I felt, and somebody said, that's God, and I believe them.
Okay. Okay, there's a lot to take in, but it's, it does sound very, like I can relate, Mm-hmm. It's very relatable, honestly, with the, okay, I have a problem, I go and pray to God, right? And, nothing happens.
Mm-hmm. Why does that happen?
I kind of had that happen to me.
Shouldn't you expect something to happen?
Well, the thing is, what are we expecting to happen if we just ask God to just fix this for me?
I'm expecting him to do it.
Okay, I'm
expecting him to keep his word.
Right.
So Jesus says,
the thing is,
Jesus says that he will do anything you ask in his name.
Okay. But what I was going to say was that it's quite a lot about what I've learned through my own experience now is that praying pretty much every day, it's not about I have to slave and pray for him, or pray to him. It's more about my relationship to God. And it's about this I heard about from Emmanuel Marimar, or whatever it's called, a famous bishop. He said that I've had problems with masturbation and stuff like that, kind of an addiction.
Why is that? So here's the thing. Every Christian thinks they have sex addiction. Every Christian thinks they have a pornography addiction. Simply because you look at it because you're a person that has a sex drive. I'm almost positive you don't have this problem. It's just a thing that everyone believes because the religion is so toxic.
No, I completely disagree.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Because
what is the harm that it's doing to you? What's the harm that it's doing to you?
Well, first of all, your
credit card bills are out of control. You're buying all kinds of porn.
What did you say?
Are your credit card bills out of control and you're buying all kinds of porn?
No, but
not that.
When I started, I've not felt. I feel bad from it. And it has also to do.
Why don't I feel bad for it? When I do that, why don't I feel bad for it?
Wait, what is it called?
Masturbation?
No, chemicals in the brain. I feel good hormones.
Right. You said when you do it, you feel bad when you look at pornography, and I don't feel that way. Why? What is the difference?
Maybe that I believe in God. Maybe.
Right. The church has told you you're wrong, and I don't believe that it's wrong.
But I felt that before I was a practicing Christian.
Well, it sounds like you have some kind of influence from outside that's told you that.
Why
don't I think it's bad? Show me why it's wrong. I don't understand. What is the point? What is the problem you have?
It definitely, right? If you let me talk a little bit.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be like
Well, this
bad
is
or anything.
I know I sound very forceful about this. It's a problem that I had when I was a Christian, and I realized how much it fucked me up. It made it so that sex is really hard for me to have. It's made it hard for me to understand sexuality because I thought it was all bad. I thought it was sinful. So there was only a very particular way you could engage in this.
I understand. I'm just literally trying to tell you my story. I was like 12 years old when I started.
Yeah, that's puberty. That's called puberty.
I used to.
Yes, that's called puberty.
I used to be so like confident as a kid, and when I started with that, holy moly, like I started viewing girls very badly. Like, you know.
So you were looking at some stuff that messed up. You looked at stuff a little too early, and it messed up your brain maybe and how you think about women. That doesn't mean that all pornography is bad, and it doesn't mean you have an addiction. This is the line that I'm trying to draw for you is that the church makes things very black and white.
It's an addiction.
The church makes things very black and white. That's fine, whatever. The church makes things very black and white where it's not so black and white. Pornography by itself is not wrong. Having sex is not wrong.
No, I think so. I think it's definitely wrong.
Why?
You can also the production.
Okay, but what does that have to do with actually? I
professional?
understand that there are problems in the industry, and I understand there are problems with how you view things and all these things. But there's a gray. It's not black and white to where you can just say like no one should ever watch people have sex. Like, what is the problem?
No, you get a great dopamine hit from it.
Okay, that's the problem.
So, like, is that the good?
I mean, what's the harm that's happening?
What's the harm? Well, for example, if you, like, say every day for a longer period of time, your dopamine system and such is going to get very bad. It's going to get bad. You're not going to feel as good doing small.
I don't know that that's true. Do you have any study about this? Hey, Dan.
What's up?
Did you have anything you wanted to say on this, or were you just coming up?
Actually, yeah. Pingu, what do you do for work? Can't hear you in your teacup in bed.
Oh, sorry, the battery again.
What do you do for work?
No, I said I study.
You study. What are you studying?
To become a programmer, but right now I'm making my electrician degree.
In the grand scheme of things, would you say that your field is relatively new?
You mean like programming?
I mean, like what you aspire to do for work professionally for your career.
Definitely, but I just like figure it out.
Like it's come to prominence in like the last 40 years, you'd say?
14 years?
40.
I'm not 40.
No, I'm saying.
Go on. Sorry.
What?
I so badly want to jump in. There's like a miscommunication. Go on. Sorry.
Please.
Oh, just so I think Dan's saying like the career of programming like has been around since like the 60s, 70s, something like that, right? Is that what you're getting at, Dan?
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm getting at.
Okay, I didn't know.
So, do you know how far back, let's call it saucy imagery goes?
The imagery very, very far.
Prehistorical.
Right.
Like we're talking about some of the earliest societies that had a concept of art.
What about it?
Were drawing dirty stuff on the walls of their caves.
Yeah.
My point. What's your problem with it? It's work.
Well, it's
just something.
Do you think? Okay, you do not get the same spike in dopamine looking at one of those pictures back in those days compared to look at pornography right now.
I would say
it is not even close.
In comparison with then, I'd say it has to be something similar, man, because certainly they couldn't even imagine the method of conveyance that we have for, let's say, adult imagery. there's no way they could conceptualize the internet. But it's the same base instinct. It fires off the same brain chemistry. It makes the brain light up in the exact same. The
But
human brain, excuse
it's
me,
literally
hold
perfected
on. The human is the exact same now as it was back then.
Okay.
Yeah, we
So
have not
it
evolved
fires
that
off the
much
exact
since when we were doing porn on cave walls as much as we have to here, right? We've just learned and built off of things and made the transmission of the information different and stuff like that. But it's still the same kind of base core concept. It's easier to get to, but it's not like necessarily a totally different idea.
It's not a totally different idea. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's a totally different, like, beast. It's a bigger,
it's something that humanity has always done. This is a base instinct and need of the human animal.
You're trying to say pornography is good. Why is it good?
Us to reproduce.
Yeah, but you're not reproducing with anyone, and you're not connecting to anyone. But
it's part of that drive. Why is it wrong? That's the problem. You're just saying that, like, so you should only have sex to reproduce?
Do you want like someone who isn't ready to like reproduce to have a baby that they're not ready to have? Or would you rather them go in the bathroom, and hang out by themselves for about 15 minutes and
you can't sleep with anyone without like any without
I mean, yes, obviously, but not every human is going to be as conscientious as you are.
Conscientious. I've heard the word, but
not every human is going to be as exacting in their adherence to standards as you.
Okay, but you can still masturbate without pornography, can't you?
Yeah, but like, let me ask you a question, man. Can you masturbate to the same thing every time?
If it's the same thing every time?
It's like, variety, What? Granted, I have a partner that I'm in a long-term relationship with, and I don't really need to because I do have a partner. But like needing variety, like variety is a thing that drives the human animal. So by saying that the consumption of pornography on the whole is bad is denying a grand part of your humanity.
I don't think it's moral either.
How is it not moral if all parties consent?
No, I don't think it's it's not a good thing. It's not God's will in Christianity.
Okay, so let's separate God's will out from it because this is not.
It's a good. He has a good reason.
What's the reason?
Well, didn't God say that we should all?
It's supposed to be between a married couple.
That's not a reason. That's not a good reason.
What about
that's just another?
Noah?
That's just another command.
Yeah, and it's smart. Think about it. If the two people that are going to be together have never done it together, right? Together with someone, have sex, none of them have had sex before. They're going to have the best sex of their life when with each other, guaranteed.
They absolutely will not.
Maybe not the first time.
You.
Listen. Maybe not the first time, but eventually.
No, I don't believe that. Do you have any study that shows this? Like, why are you making this claim?
Who else are they going to have it better with?
Well, they're obviously. It doesn't mean they're going to have the best that they could have. It just means they're going to have like sex together for a long time. It doesn't mean anything about the quality of the sex.
Oh, it doesn't go up with time, and like you can't learn together.
Not with Christianity.
Why?
Why do you think they call it the missionary position?
It's a nice position. I don't know what you mean.
Who do you think invented it?
Who do you think invented it?
Who do you think it? That's a spurious argument.
Missionary. Oh,
yeah, it doesn't really matter. The point that we're getting at is a broad point. It's not about specific things like you keep trying to kind of pin it into. We're trying to get to the point that it's not black and white. Sexuality is a thing that people have, and the religion restricts it because of control. It has nothing to do with harm, and it doesn't mean anything.
Control.
Yes.
It's good control then, I guess.
No.
Isn't it?
No.
It's good to have self-control.
It's not self-control. It's control by the religion. You're not doing it for your own good.
I promise you, if I was to go and just sleep with a bunch of women, it wouldn't give me anything good.
I didn't ask you to do that. We're talking about black and white views of sexuality. You're saying that you can only have sex with a woman that you're married to, that a man and a woman should only have sex with. There shouldn't be anything else like outside of that. I don't understand why.
It'll lead to a world of hurt.
In what sense?
You're gonna get together with someone, and well, your heart will be broken at some point, or you're gonna be like left a husk or something.
So should you just marry someone so that you don't get your heart broken? I don't understand what you're talking about.
What I'm
That's
talking
part of
about,
dating.
I'm talking about. Well, the dating. I mean, no, I said that you shouldn't have sex before marriage.
This is actually one of the big issues, right? I got married with one of the first people I ever dated because in my view, I saw no reason to date a lot. My view was that I should be getting married so that I could have a family. That was it. I didn't understand why. Like, I wanted to have love, but I didn't really understand it. It was like, well, if I found somebody and they're a Christian and I feel we can just get married. I didn't understand that there was like a lot more that I needed to learn before I just committed myself because I felt like that was what I was supposed to do. Like I hadn't met anyone else. I dated like 2 people. And then I was in a marriage for like 20 years.
Wait, what? Wait, how old are you?
I'm 41.
Hey, 1985?
84.
I thought you were like my age.
Millennial gang.
Funny.
Yeah.
To know.
So I've realized after a long time, like our marriage is good. I love my partner, but like, and I think that there are good ups and downs and everything, but like, it would have been a much different life if I had realized early on that like marriage isn't necessary for sex. Marriage isn't necessary for a healthy relationship. It's a commitment, not necessary.
For me at least, I feel like I want I want something long term, you know.
Sure.
And I feel like the only good way would be to date. I mean, you obviously don't just marry someone right away, but you date to marry.
Well, why? Why can't you date until you find someone you want to spend a long time with? You don't even have to get married. You can also date other people. You can see other people. Why does it have to be one person?
I ain't gonna go out there blindly and get just like heartbroken for no reason.
I didn't say anything about
that's
that.
The human condition.
That's part of dating, though. Like
that's for you, but for me, I could find someone who's Christian, who has the same values, and who will probably be a little bit more serious about it.
So nothing about love, nothing about relationship, or like how you actually interact with them. It's just about the values and the Christian and the religion.
No, it's not. It's like, I mean, yeah, it's a big part of it. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. I think it's a mistake.
Why?
Because you don't have to do it. Like, I don't understand the reasoning. Like, it's only restricting yourself for no reason.
No, it's not for no reason.
Yeah.
It's for spiritual defense, you know.
Let me tell you a little trick. Whenever you're going to say that something is spiritual, it actually means it's make-believe. It's made up.
You can call it that, but I'm telling you,
it's a trick.
I don't want to get hurt
whenever
no reason.
Whenever you're going to say spiritual, just think made up. It has the same effect. It's not that I'm calling it that. It's that it has the same effect.
I don't believe that.
So what is the effect of this spiritual marriage bullshit? What is the effects that it has?
The what bullshit?
Spiritual marriage nonsense, like this thing that you have to do it because of spiritual reasons. Like what is the actual outcomes?
Well, actually, good that you brought that up because I forgot about that.
Sure.
Marriage. How do you expect marriages to go well if the people aren't Christian, because in both our countries, Christianity has been the main religion, and marriage kind of came up from today's marriage came up from Christianity.
Yeah, I think we should abolish it. In fact, I think focus on relationships. We don't need marriage. It's just like it's fine if people want to make a commitment, but I don't understand the good that it does besides making a public commitment.
Well, how do you know that this company is going to be successful because the people who are running it aren't Zen Buddhist? The same thing.
Well, the reason you go and marry each other is to get a better relationship with God together, and there's going to be a better bond.
It's a legal document, man.
It's a legal document. No, not for us Christians.
A marriage, yes, Christians.
Not for us Christians.
Yes.
No, it's a spiritual document. It's a spiritual document as well, which means it's meaningless. It has nothing. It doesn't mean anything.
But
to you, it doesn't mean anything. You're an atheist.
In the eyes of the state,
show me what it means.
What actually counts.
You keep making claims about what it means, and it doesn't do anything. Have a better relationship with God. How does that? What does that mean? How do you even base that? Like, where do you get this idea? Marriage is not in the Bible the way that you think. And so, this idea that you have to be married to have a relationship with God is strange, or a better relationship.
Is the.
I think you went off. Maybe lost power or something, or had a call. Sorry, you went off app. We couldn't hear you real quick.
Oh, okay. No, I said that it is a pillar of Christianity. So, like, what do you mean? Of course, it's important in Christianity.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm getting at. I understand the theology. I understand the religion. I'm saying you don't need it.
Yeah. Obviously, you don't need it to survive.
At all. It's harmful. Leave it.
Definitely not. Why wouldn't you want to marry someone? It's like it brings you closer
marry
together.
Someone, but it doesn't do anything. There's no spiritual aspect to this. It's a legal document. It's a commitment thing. Whatever, but it's nothing to do with...
according to God.
It doesn't do anything. God doesn't exist, Pingu.
That's what you think, but that's why we're talking as well, because we don't think the same.
How about this? Let's exclude God from the situation just for a moment. Let's play a little thought exercise, all right? Mm-hmm. If God were not in the equation, what is a marriage good for?
But then it's just papers.
Okay, so we live in a secular society, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Secular.
So,
yeah.
in the eyes of society, what is a marriage?
Well, yeah. Right now, it's mostly just papers.
All right. So, doing here, it's your opinion that it's a spiritual thing, but in the
marriages
broader
don't work out, man.
All right. So why are people still getting married?
Doing it. Well, they just do it for tradition.
Why are people? Okay. So let's abolish it.
I don't know. Hey, no, we ain't doing that. I mean, is that even going to help? Or are people just going to marry anyway?
I mean, let people get married if they want to, but like, why make people feel bad if someone gets pregnant while they're not married? Like, why guilt someone like that? What's the point?
The only problem is that you don't have any kind of binding to the person that you're having children with.
But why do you have to
the children
why are you having children?
Moment of
Wait,
you know?
Whoa, you just did a lot of assuming about what's going on in the relationship. Marriage doesn't... You're saying, like, so do you think that you have to have children with the person that you're with?
That's the goal of marriage, I would assume.
Disgusting.
No, the goal of marriage is to, like, make people's property.
I guess people don't want to maybe have children, but like in Christianity, you're encouraged to have children.
Right. So the thing is that we're not talking about what the cult says you should do. We're talking about how it's harmful and how these things aren't useful. So just using the cult says
having
do
kids
this
is not
thing,
useful.
Just saying the cult says to do this isn't a good argument. The cult saying to have children does not mean anything.
I just told you that's what it is, but is there something wrong with that or what?
You shouldn't be required to have children.
No, you aren't required to have children either.
Right. So when you said the thing about like if you're not married, you won't have children or something, it's a non sequitur. It doesn't mean anything.
No, wait. She said, I'm assuming it's a she, that two people having sex and having a child out of marriage why is that a bad thing? And I said that it's because of like they don't have any binding thing between. So like it's a bigger chance that they're going to split up, and the family is not going to be whole.
Chance? Don't Christians get divorced pretty high at a pretty high rate?
I don't know.
Why is it a bigger chance? Why do you believe that?
Why is there a bigger? It's just like general thought of everyone.
Do you think if a relationship is poor and you have children, should you stay together for the kids?
If you're poor?
No, if the relationship is poor, like it's not a good relationship. You don't actually get along. You made a mistake.
It really depends how bad it is. It could leave.
So you think that it could be bad enough to leave. What is the bad enough to leave part? Like, this is the thing, right? You're saying when you say that you should have the marriage certificate so that you stay together for kids, to me it sounds like you should have a thing that makes it harder for you to leave.
But it's more No, it's about planning. You plan
can plan
to have a child
without marriage. These things are not connected.
Okay, and also it's harder to leave.
Right. Do you think Do you think there should be no fault divorce, that a woman can leave her husband for any reason?
What?
Do you think that a woman should be able to leave her husband for any reason? Like in a marriage?
I mean, obviously legally it should be like that. Why
obviously should it be that way?
Because of free will.
Well, that doesn't answer the question. We don't have anything about free will in law.
So you don't have free will to leave a marriage?
It depends on the laws. I'm asking your opinion as to whether or not a law should be in place that allows women to leave her husband for any reason. A lot of Christians want laws that restrict no-fault divorce. That means women cannot leave unless there's some sort of infidelity.
I think it's fair that if there's no like big deal, like I mean, for example, say the man is physically abusing the woman or something. Then she should get all the money and everything.
She falls out of love with him. Can she divorce? She falls out of love. Can she divorce?
Yeah, she can divorce, but like it is kind of messed up.
Pingu, we've been talking for about half an hour, and I've got another person in the box, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you go before you make some sexist statement.
Sexist statement?
Make any more sexist statements?
Or any
I'll
more?
catch you later. I'm gonna listen to the show.
Okay, thanks. See you, Dan.
Thank you.
Oh, the other guest is gone or something. Yeah, he wanted to get into something about like not being able to get alimony or whatever. Like I didn't want to talk about nuance of law. Like they can never focus on like the actual thing, right? The harm, the actual problems. It's all like this nuance, like polyandry is the only way forward. I think it's totally fine for people to be, monogamous and get married or whatever. Like, any of that's fine. There's just no reason to like look at it as some sort of like hard and fast, like this is the proper way, this is the thing you got to do. I think it leaves you open to bad situations more. Pingu, I was trying to talk to you about whether or not you should be able to leave somebody, and you brought up a thing about like the woman shouldn't get money. Like, it's sexist. It just is. It's not a thing that I asked you about. It has nothing to do with the conversation. The reason you said it is because it is sexist and you're a sexist person. Like, you hold views about women that are not good. And that is part of the goal, is to show people that Christianity leads you to hold views that are not good. Unfortunately, that was not like a super great, we lost some guests. We lost some viewers. What's a good reason to leave, Pingu? I'll bring it back up because we didn't actually have that other guest, and we can talk about it if you'd like. So, what is a good reason that you should leave? That you should be allowed to have alimony or something like that?
100% if you're getting abused or something like that.
Right. What if you want to leave because you don't like the marriage? What if you want to leave but you don't like the marriage? And say that you've been reliant on the partner for your entire marriage. So it's been like 10 years working, and like you both have decided to split up. But what are you going to do? It's going to be really hard to get a job. It's going to be really hard to make it on your own without any kind of like experience for the last 10 years. So should the person that you split up with, should they be required, since they've been providing you this whole time, should they be required to provide for you a little bit while you split up because this is happening?
Like if the woman is like a stay-at-home wife.
If the partner stays at home, like, it's funny because you have to put like this the gender on it because you can't understand it any other way. If the partner stays at home and they don't have a job, right, for like a decade, and then they get divorced, they want to leave, what should happen? Should they're out on their own?
No, of course, then they should have money.
Right. So it's not strictly because of like abuse or because of like children or any of these. Like, there are some reasons not to. I'm saying that there's no reason to bring it up because it had nothing to do with the conversation. I was asking you whether or not a woman can leave a relationship for any reason, and you wanted to bring it into like, well, money is involved. No, I didn't ask you about that.
I thought we were talking about the morality of it, but like, of course, it's going to be a shame anytime a married couple like gets divorced. It's horrible. No matter
why is it horrible? Reason. What are you talking? Why is it horrible?
Because the goal is to stay till death do us part.
Right. So it's only horrible because it is. There's no like actual reason. There's no harm. It's because you said a thing, and therefore you cannot change your mind.
I mean, it's also a very bad thing. It's if someone is abused or if someone is like gets cheated on.
Stop adding. Two people fall out of love. Can they get divorced?
Yes, they can.
Why?
Because they have free will, like I said.
Under your view, is it proper to get divorced?
If it's proper to get divorced.
Yeah.
It's always a shame, but you know, you can get a divorce. But there are reasons. Like, for example, I wouldn't get a divorce unless it's for example, I got cheated on, or if my wife is physically abusive.
You're locked in. You're locked in before you're even married. You've already decided your whole life. It's sad, Pingu. There's a whole world out there that you're unwilling to explore because you see it a certain way.
No.
Oh,
I mean, wait,
okay.
Yes, I do see it in a certain way. Yes, but I've experienced it as well.
That's no good reason to believe it. Every time I ask you for like the harm or the reasoning, you just say like, the church said it, or like it's a thing that I believe. It's not. There's no reason to it. It's going to restrict you, and you don't even know it, and you just don't care. You're tying your own noose.
How do you know it?
Because you're saying the things that you're telling me are the things that I said when I got married, and then I was in a marriage for 20 years, and I realized, wait a minute, I don't have to be in this marriage anymore. I shouldn't have done this, probably.
Okay, that's something I don't think will happen to me.
Okay.
like you don't know what upbringing I've had.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, Invader, it is anecdotal. I was asking for the guest for evidence of harm from divorce and things like that, but he didn't have any evidence. Do you have evidence that it's harmful to get divorced?
I think it's harmful for society, maybe not always for the individual.
Why is it harmful to society, and do you have the evidence of that?
I can logically demonstrate it for you. I don't have evidence as far as studies on TikTok right now, but
what's the logic? What's the logical reason?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. So I would say that the foundation of every society is the family. It starts from the family unit and goes
Why
to
do you
the
think that?
community, and then the larger.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
I'm going to explain that.
No, you're not going to explain it. You're moving on from it. You made a claim. Now fucking like tell me why.
Bro, calm down, dude. I'm trying to explain it to you, but you got to listen.
It's cis.
So yes.
It's not bro. Invader, it's not bro. It's cis. Sister, ma'am.
That's what I use. I use bro as
So here's what's going to happen because you're kind of an asshole, right? Here's what's going to happen because you're kind of an asshole, right? Is that you're not going to talk until you're spoken to. You're not going to talk until I'm done. Or you can leave.
Trip. Here it is.
I'm just tired of it. I'm just tired of it. The casual misgendering, I don't have to take it. I don't fucking care what you say to people. I don't fucking care about you. There it is. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for stopping by. I think I'm going to go get some lunch or something. And just can't. I can't believe these people. They're just so fragile and insecure. Yeah, domestic violence, suicides, partner homicides, all dropped after no-fault divorce was instituted. Yeah, Pingu, it's not that I want to make people out to be bad, that they are bad. Let me do something really quick. Ken, if you have a second, I've invited you to come up. For any of the other normal, regular, like freaking atheists want to come up, I can ask you any of the questions that I'm asking Pingu. It'll be a million times more productive. I don't have to do anything to make people look bad. The problem is that you have a moral foundation that's full of shit. You have no way to know what is right and wrong. You have no reason for the things you believe. Oh, you're good, Ken. Yeah, I know it was kind of sudden. I'm not sure if you're at work or something. I'm not projecting. Like, I don't understand this. I ask simple questions that I'm like, this is a yes or no. This is a real easy one. I could do this. No problem. I ask and it's always like, well, free will. Or, well, I don't know. Sometimes it's these crazy, like, gray areas. But then when it's something that's like, you know, is divorce okay? You're an atheist telling Christians they don't know how to make right from wrong? Yeah, Pingu. Do you remember when we talked about enslaving war brides? Was that you? Every single thing we've talked about today, you have landed somewhere in the I don't understand the world category. Pingu got called out for projecting by me like 12 times in chat, and now he's calling you projecting. Well, I'll do a gotcha with Ken. Hey, Ken, how's it going?
What's up?
Yeah, so do you think that divorce should be allowed for any reason?
Yes.
Okay, is there any like reason, like a spiritual reason that like divorce is bad or that it would have an impact? Do you have any studies about like how this affects people, makes things worse, or?
Well, I don't know of any, but they may exist, but I don't know of them.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to make things worse, right? It seems fine. Oh, it's a huge gotcha.
That's been my.
It's a huge gotcha. Pingu, what's the next one? What's the next gotcha I did? War brides. What do you think of war brides, Ken?
Horrible.
Yeah, not a good look. Not a good look for an all-loving God. I don't know when I appealed to science. I don't know.
I don't have to appeal to science. I'm an idiot. I don't have to listen to evidence and reason. That's a good one. That's a great argument. I like it.
It's really good. Yeah, I should remember that. Oh, but it won't work for me. I'm like the inverse. Damn. I'm not Christian, so I do have to appeal to evidence of reason and logic and
you have to explain how you know things, but they don't ever have to explain how they know things.
No. It's all revelation.
That's the whole game.
It's all special revelation.
Yeah.
And then like when I do point out the obvious, like I try to get really real and I try to be like, here's how my quote unquote relationship with God went, why things kind of fell apart. They can't engage with that. They just end up saying like, oh, you're not a true Christian. Like, okay, so I can't have the revelation, but you can.
Yeah, the no true Scotsman fallacy.
Well, thanks for coming up, Ken. I guess Pingu, I don't know. I want to know what gotchas I should run. What else have I talked about? What else is hard one? Like, is sex bad? Like, should we have sex with people? Is it wrong if someone has sex outside of a marriage?
Well, my experience with Christians is they only really get upset about other people having sex. They tend to do
whatever they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
and then
true.
Then they ask for forgiveness, so it all works out really well.
That's true. Yeah. Well, Pingu, you have no reason to believe it.
Well, he said, yeah, it's bad, so it must be because he said, yeah, it's bad.
He does have objective morals.
Yeah. Can't show where they're from or prove their existence, but trust me, bro, he has them.
It's a vague feeling that like when the moral issue comes up, they'll know what to do. Well, thanks for coming up, Ken.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been in and out. So yeah.
Oh, that's good. I don't have any better morals. Okay, I think that whatever. Pingu is strange, such a keyboard warrior, but a different person when he comes up. Could have sworn he could escape this cult. Yeah, I think Pingu, like, you just got to think about this a little bit more. Not even sure I believe in objective morals, but the only possible worldview they can exist in is an atheist one. That's true. That's true. Because if the morals are objective and they're God's preferences, they're actually subjective. If the morals that exist outside of God, it means that God, it's a Euthyphro dilemma, right? It means that you got called sexist because you were. I didn't ask you anything about money, and then you brought money into it because you think that women want money. You associate women divorcing with money. It's a sexist mindset. It's clear to me what happened. I know that you don't see it because you're on the inside looking out. More like a keyboard flopping fish. So, the Euthyphro dilemma, I think, is are things good because God says are good? Or is God good because of things that are good that he does? I'm not assuming. It's the way the conversation went. It's a sexist thing that happened. There's no correlation. You made a non sequitur. It didn't have anything to do with what we were talking about. I'm sorry that you can't accept it. Think about it, I guess. Another issue with this stupid cult. No accountability, no incentive to change, right? You're just assuming that he meant what he said. Exactly, Ali. Screaming sexist when you can't take it anymore. Hope you find peace in Jesus. Yeah, that's a very good thought terminating cliche. That's exactly what happened, Pingu. The live is up on my YouTube channel. You can go back and rewatch it. You can see what happened is that no one brought up anything to do with money, except for you. It has nothing to do with the question or the conversation. You want to find a reason to say, well, divorce is bad because women want to leave and take money. Like, it's some stupid nonsense. It has nothing to do with what we were talking about. Everything is always someone else's fault. It is. Yeah, who did scream? Anyway, I've been trying really hard to keep it real level. Why take accountability for your cult's actions when you could blame an imaginary being, Satan in this case? 100%. Well, this background isn't going to work. Maybe I'll give it another 10 minutes. I like this one. Not sure if I can have the Cash App thing on there, so I'm going to try to remove it or something. Yep. There's no immoral, there's nothing immoral about divorcing. Like, if you want to talk about greed, that's an immoral thing. It's not related to the divorce. You think that you're going to point out issues when people can divorce for immoral reasons or something. It has nothing to do with the actual conversation as to whether or not divorce is It's not tragic. Why is it tragic? Some people get divorced and they're both very happy because they realize this just wasn't the relationship that I thought it was. Because people made vows. Oh no, not vows. I know I've watched this before on here, but I really like it, and so I'm gonna watch it again. Let me figure out how I can put this up. Yeah.
It's like,
That's what your little vow comment made me think of. Jesus changes hearts. I can tell your heart is hardened by how you rage at people. Also hardens hearts. So maybe God hardened my heart, Pingu. Who can know? It's a mystery. To be honest, if God is real, then I'm exactly where he put me. The Bible is really clear about this stuff. No one can come to the Father except through Jesus, and that the Father draws them, I think is what it says, that you have to be drawn to the Father. It shows multiple times that God hardens people's hearts. It says, that some people are made for destruction, some vessels are made for destruction. Pingu, exactly. Proof is in the pudding. Exactly. Your lack of consistent morals is proof that this religion is corrupting of a person's character and offers nothing of value or substance. Sucker busy with the classic, God hardens hearts, but I harden penises. Jesus is making Pingu crash out. Yes. If anyone's heart is hardened, it's because God hardened it. Christians don't have free will either. I guess you're drawn toward him. You're here trying to make Christians look evil. Actually, well, I've been waiting for Oh yeah, Pingu, can God soften my heart? Being an atheist in peace? What am I supposed to do? Just stand back and let Christianity overthrow the government? Let people make these bad decisions based on no reasoning? Is that what I should be doing? Is that peaceful enough for you? I should just... Oh, right, because you want me to turn the other cheek. You think that you should just always, like, ignore the violence and harm being done to you and not say anything. What more justifies slavery as evil? Well, if you don't believe that slavery is evil, that is your problem, I suppose. You're welcome to come convince me that it's not evil. No interest, I guess. Jesus is not overthrowing no governments? Okay. Well, I know a lot of Christians aren't aware of like world events and what's happening. Christian nationalism is kind of on the rise in the United States. People have really bad ideas about how they should treat people because agency is sufficient for moral consideration. Bible says slavery is good. Yep, it's as simple as that. I do. Ali says, I do believe Christians are evil to some extent inherently. Yeah, I think that it actually is like the doctrine and the way it makes you think about yourself and other people is like an evil, like corrupting thing. God called for the abolition of slavery and all forms of prejudice. In slavery time, he called for it to be more just. Can you show me that verse? The one truth? Why should I believe that your God called for the end of slavery and all forms of prejudice? I've never seen anything like that in the Bible. Also, it's interesting you said in slavery times he called for it to be more just. So slavery can be just. There's a justification to some slavery. This is the problem that I have with Christians. It's nonsense. Yeah, many Christians don't think slavery is... This is exactly why I do this. Is one of the reasons was I realized, no, I don't see capitalism as slavery, but I don't like capitalism. And I think that the same mindset that people have about slavery applies to capitalism. And I've seen a lot of Christians make this argument. They will say, well, slavery is not actually bad because you have a job. And it's like, this is crazy. Like, this has nothing to do with the other. But it's also like, I think the job is bad too. I don't know what preference means. Saying one word in chat isn't really convincing, but preference. You prefer slavery. That's wonderful. You're a piece of shit. For me, it's mainly having to believe that bad things are good and necessary under triune God. Yep. Ali, I agree. Purposeful stealing of in order to break culture is as close to evil as I can imagine. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Those, what were they called? Oh, my mind's blanking. The something schools. Pingu, I don't know what pure religion means. It's another one of your nonsense statements that doesn't have any substance or value to it. You can put the words religion, spiritual, what other things? Godly, righteous, holy. None of these things mean anything. Accepting empirical evidence as your only standard of truth is arbitrary and self-defeating. The one truth, why don't you show me how, instead of just spouting nonsense? Like, it's so crazy, just claim after claim, unwilling to engage, unwilling to defend. 1 Peter 3:15. It's what your God said to do. But, you know, I'm sure they have some reason that they can't talk. You meant all are not pure? Okay, so yes, atrocities is a lot of what your religion is known for. When a lot of people hear about Christianity, they don't think those loving people that take care of people. That's the thin veneer that your church puts up to try to convince people of this that aren't interested. They don't notice what's happening. I love that empirical evidence should be ignored. My fanfic, on the other hand, needs to be followed. Well, I thought we'd get some guests with this. Atrocities in all religions were committed against the original teachings of the founders, and atrocities were committed in Christianity in favor of the teachings of God. Like, I don't understand your point, Truth. That's a Twitter. It doesn't mean anything. In fact, I think it's a red herring. Tukokwe, maybe? Is that how you pronounce it? Where does it say to do the Crusades? It tells you how to do genocide. It tells you how to enslave people. I do have guests that are all just arguing in the chat. It's frustrating. Where does it say how to do genocide? Jesus didn't tell people to inquisition or colonize. He taught unconditional love for humanity. Unconditional, you think. Unconditional, you say. Can you show me that? I'm not sure if I know of any instance in the Bible that says there is unconditional love. The legend of Pingu. Ask the Canaanites who were supposedly slaughtered by the Israelites by God's command. Exactly. Like, dying on the cross for everyone's sins? What does that have to do with anything? It's another, like, non sequitur. You all make these connections that don't have any connections to anything. Have any verses that show me unconditional love? You have a verse that says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son." Right? It has nothing to do with unconditional love. Pingu, do you think to go to heaven, do I have to believe in Jesus? Yeah, and he does tell people to colonize. Good point, terrible name. He said to spread his shit to the ends of the earth. I don't understand how that's not colonization. Oh, Pingu's quiet. Unwilling to answer. Not your call, but probably. Right. So, would you call that a condition? Jesus' actions and words were characterized by unconditional love, and he taught followers love. Well, I'll prove you wrong. None of you know your Bible. It's so sad. I have so many tabs open. Can you try to keep up? Goalpost shifting is not a good look. Okay, let's see the unconditional love of your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Oh, I gotta change to the other window. Here it is. Let's read some Bible. This is in Matthew 15:21. Jesus left that place and went away to the district of Tyre and Sidon. Just then a Canaanite woman from that region came out and started shouting, "Have mercy on me, Lord, Son of David. My daughter is tormented by a demon." Let's go line by line. So Jesus is cruising around, and a lady comes up, a Canaanite, not an Israelite, and she's already saying that Jesus is Lord, Son of David. She believes. She believes. But he did not answer her at all. His disciples came and urged him, saying, "Send her away. She keeps shouting after us." They were like, "This is annoying." He answered, "I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." That's interesting. That's what unconditional love looks like to me. But she came and knelt before him, saying, "Lord, help me." Continued to plead. He answered, "It is not fair to take the children's dog and throw it to children's food and throw it to the dogs." Not only is it unconditional, he's kind. He's like, I don't call people dogs. I immediately respond and do what they ask of me. No, actually, wait, I'm getting it wrong. He's mean to her. He tells her that she calls her a dog. And then she said, "Yes, Lord, yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from the master's table." Then Jesus answered her, "Great is your faith. Let it be done for you as you wish." And her daughter was healed from that moment. Interesting. So the condition seems to be that somebody grovel and plead with Jesus and demean themselves, debase themselves to him. It seems to be the condition for Jesus' love. That's just one example of Jesus' amazing unconditional love. It's so beautiful. Oh, it's an obvious test of faith. I'm sorry, why is it a test of faith? Where's the faith testing? He says, "Great is your faith," but where's the actual faith testing? What's the part that I didn't read? I read the entire thing, you liar. It's so frustrating. Come up here and talk to me if you're going to lie. One truth also, that's a good point by Tahir. Is a test a condition? Yeah, I read it. And the daughter was healed from that moment. She groveled. Her faith was already great. What is the difference between this part and this part? What's the difference? What changed his mind? Was it faith or was it demeaning herself? Yeah, I'm not reading the parts that Christians make up. It is unfair. It is unfair. There's that whole verse that's hidden in here between the verses where it says that Jesus was like secretly testing and he didn't change his mind. He didn't change his mind now. So when he said, "I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel," I wonder what he meant. If the test failed and the woman was faithless, obviously he would have healed her anyway. He just wanted to know, despite being efficient. One truth, do you think you should demean yourself for God's love? I don't think that you should demean yourself for anyone's love. I'm sorry. He explained he's not a simple magician on call. That's weird because he says the exact opposite, literally here. Literally here. Very truly, I tell you, the one who believes in me will also do the works that I do. In fact, will do greater works than these because I am going to the Father. I'll do whatever you ask in my name so that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If in my name you ask me for anything, I will do it. So, What's the problem? Why didn't he do it? She didn't grovel. Your point is that he's not a simple magician on call. Your point is that she didn't grovel enough. There's no other difference between what happened there and like what he's expecting. I'm sorry, it doesn't mean literally anything. Jesus only emphasizes it and says, truly I tell you, he only emphasizes it twice, but it doesn't mean what it says. I don't have the spiritual eyes, truth. Man, I just wish that I had the spiritual eyes to understand. I will do whatever you ask in my name so that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If in my name you ask me for anything, I will do it. I don't know how else to read this. But words don't mean words. Right. Don't demean yourself unless it's a kink. I agree, Sakibisi. You can. I've demeaned myself for someone, but like, not because I need their love or whatever weird thing is going on here with One Truth. Pingu, I think you're pretty smart. I think that you are pretty smart. You probably are able to think about these things, but the religion, the cult, makes it hard to think about them. One Truth, that's not what it says. It doesn't say you have to align with God's will. Show me that. I will do whatever you ask in my name so that the Father may be glorified in the Son. It doesn't say as long as. So when it says that, if you have a little bit of reading comprehension, you can understand. I will do whatever you ask so that means for this to happen, right? So he's saying, I can't wait. I can't wait to do what you ask of me so that we can show people how great God is. One Truth, the fact that you think it's not a little anything when I can read the words on the page and you have to tell me it just doesn't mean what you think it means, that's a problem with this. Do you get how that's a problem? There are contradictory verses that say different things that Paul wrote, I think, that make this more complicated, but they actually don't make this like that hard. That does not get you out of this. I can feel God. It's not easy to show you, especially when your starting point is to make, Pingu, we talked about this. It's not to make you look bad. It's to help you leave the cult. I think if you left the cult, your morals, your position, your values would change, and you'd probably be a better person. The Bible's a spiritual book, not a scientific textbook. Once again, here's another example where spiritual means nothing. That doesn't bring anything to the table. Truth? Spiritual is an empty word. It's vacuous. It doesn't have any meaning or value. And any way you try to define it, it's just going to have more empty, vacuous words that don't have meaning and value. The meaning is meant to be meditated upon. Well, I meditated upon it. Where's Jesus? Where is he? Your arguments don't make sense. They don't make it work. Pingu, every Christian thinks they're a horrible person because the Bible tells them that. I don't know if you were or not, but it's just what everyone says. And it's, hey, One Truth, that Jesus is here. Do a prayer right now. Pray that my live stream be taken down. And we'll see what happens. I'm blaspheming the Holy Spirit. Fuck that guy. Holy Spirit sucks. I'm not a Christian and I don't think you're horrible. Okay. Well, Pingu, if you need a cult to control you to keep you from fighting people, then I'm sorry that you have that issue. I don't misunderstand the purpose of prayer. As an atheist, I understand it way better than you. No, I understand what you think. It's nonsense. It doesn't do anything. If it worked, you'd believe Jesus' literal words. You'd look at this and say, wait, Jesus did say this. Instead, you're like, he didn't mean it. He's not really somebody that means what he says, right? He's not really somebody that's clear about what he wants and says. Not Jesus. Not the one true God. Not the one that wants a relationship with you. That created you deliberately, purposefully. One truth, show me the effects. Show me the studies on this, because I have seen the opposite. Prayer has no positive effects. At the best, it has no effect. And at worst, it makes people do poorly during recovery, because if they know they're being prayed for. Yep. Apologetics in church, yep, they're lying. I mean, we're talking about it right now. We're talking about the things the apologetics and the church teaches, and I'm showing you the lies. Like, I don't understand why you think this is confusing. I'm showing you the lies that they've told you. Kind of sucks talking to chat. So I'm going to go get some food or something. Pingu, it was nice talking to you. I think it was a decent conversation we had a couple times, and had some interesting stuff to go over. The John Templeton Society? NIH and the John Templeton Society? What does that have to do with anything? Yeah, Pingu, they'll give you a reason, they'll give you things, it won't have any meaning or usefulness. You're welcome to ask them. If these things had answers, I would not be debating them. I know the answers. God's not real. These things are fake. So the answer the church will give you about this thing is the same thing that that one truth, right? That there's qualifications around it. There's some stuff that Paul says, I think, that changes this a little bit about how prayer works. And there's like a whole bunch of different verses about like how you should pray and how you should do it. But like this little section here, it just seems like Jesus is just talking out of his ass. Like none of this means anything if it doesn't work. There's just no reason to have it here. If what Jesus is saying here is actually not true, and he says very clearly that it is, there's just no reason to believe any of it. It just means he's a liar. Something also to take from this, when someone tells you something like this, very truly I tell you, it means they're lying to you most of the time. Whenever you see this in the book, you should be skeptical of what it says. When a person tells you this, you should be skeptical of what they say. If they say, no, it's true, no, you have to believe me, those people are lying. They don't know what's right and what's true. They're saying it because they don't know. And so they have to emphasize it. That's what Jesus is doing here. He doesn't know. If it was true, it would work. Another excuse people give for this is that this is only to the people he was talking to. Why is my analysis a bit shallow? That's just another thought terminating cliche, Pingu. That's just you saying like I disagree with you and I can't give you a reason why. The Templeton Society prayer shows that prayer study that shows that prayer did nothing. Let me see this. Templeton Society prayer study. Templeton Society, actually, John Templeton's Foundation, found a major studies, 2000 step study on the effects of prayer, finding distant intercessory prayer showed little benefit for heart patients, while other research indicates prayer can positively impact relationships by increasing forgiveness and cooperation, and personal prayer may offer psychological benefits, like hope through scientific measurement, remains complex. Yeah, hope is not useful. Like, it's useful in like a psychological sense, but it's not like I wouldn't turn to prayer because like I needed a thing done. Found no significant difference in recovery or complications for height bypass patients who received prayers compared to those who didn't. Interestingly, patients who knew they were being prayed for had more complications, a possible negative psychological effect. That's the thing I was talking about. It's very funny that the guest brought this up. Researchers emphasized it didn't disprove personal prayer or belief in God, just distant intercessory prayer. Pingu, I think as a programmer, I think it's something I thought about, is that maybe programming is part of what led me to being able to do this. Because I remember when I started programming, I didn't really understand how to find causes for things or how to determine like what was happening, right? And so like there'd be a bug and my boss would be like, go fix the bug. And I would be like, initially my around like, well, I don't understand this and it's really hard to do. And I had to learn like how to investigate bugs and how to investigate what's happening. And sometimes I'd come up with ideas that were just like, well, maybe it's this thing causing this thing. Maybe it's this thing causing this thing, right? That could be useful if you have like priors or something that would lead you to an area. But my YouTube should be on ultra low latency, so it should be going as fast as it can. But I couldn't just bring people things without evidence. When I asked for like, hey, I want to get rid of this button, or I want to do Stosky joined. Hey Stosky. I want to do like some particular thing. I needed a reason to give to my bosses as to why we should do a certain thing. And that gave me a lot of critical thinking skills. So my hope is that through the process of studying computer science and stuff and critical thinking, you can kind of come to the same conclusion. But you also need to like really study a little bit with logic and stuff. It kind of comes with the territory, but programming is mostly conditional. And so like the ideas of the 3 laws of logic don't come up as directly. Well, that's great. Had a few more hours. Oh, Leslie, I'm just about to leave. It's great seeing you, but I'm just about to go. We don't have any guests, and it's all died down, so. I agree, Pingu. The laws of logic will not help you that much when you're studying the Bible. They would only help you leave it. Yeah. No, yeah, it's really good to know more, and it's what makes a lot of people leave the religion, is they learn more. They learn that the things in the text aren't really resolved in any serious way. They learn that the prophecies don't actually line up to Jesus being the Messiah. I think it's a huge nail in Jesus' hands. That maybe he'll read past the first page. He'll definitely get around to reading the Bible soon. Like it's a huge nail in his hands that in Hebrews it says he's a Melchizedek priest and the Levitical line is ended and there's no more sacrifices. Jeremiah, there's a prophecy that the Levite priests will be always serving a man on King David's throne, and there will be sacrifices forever. Pingu, we read the Old Testament together. Maybe I read the Old Testament and find what you say, who knows, but I don't think it will. I bring everything up on the screen. Do Christians think that there's like, it changes? Do you think the words change when an atheist looks at it versus when you look at it? Do you think it's literally changing? Hebrews is weird. It's like the only text that talks about him like that. It is weird. But it's like, I think it's a really big problem because it's just so contradictory. And I imagine they wrote it because they needed to get around it. They were like, oh no, Jesus is not of the line of the Levites, and this sacrifice is like going to be a big problem for the eternal sacrifices in Jeremiah. And so it seems to me that it's like a polemic where they're like, I'm going to write a thing that's like, maybe not a polemic, but here's the explanation as to why, Jesus is actually the thing. And it's because there's some old quotes in the Old Testament and Genesis that I can pull from. And there's these quotes about Melchizedek, stuff like that. So to me, it doesn't seem like it's fixed. It seems like it's trying to fix it and it just can't. There's just no way to fix it. They realized a little too late, like, fuck, this is not how you do it. Okay. I'm going to go. Thank you all. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the subscriptions. Pinger, you keep asking me a question. Do you think the Christian God is deterministic? Yes. From the scriptures, I don't see any other way. I don't see any way that there could be free will. So pretty much, if God exists, then yes, there's no free will. Everything's determined. And God is doing this for some weird reason that we don't understand, and it's crazy. There's no scripture for this, Pingu. I've looked into this many, many times. There's no scriptures about free will. God interferes with people all the time. It's a thing that Christians say. It's a thing that pastors and apologetics say. Yeah.